Part 38. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 371. There is another secret in the abandoned factory building. As a processing plant for void soldiers, it covers a large area. It was Wayne's first time here, and he was a little confused. Fortunately, it was not a big problem. With his excellent eloquence and friendly smile, he quickly got along with the N people. "Hey, did you see those Prussian officers? Alas, I have to work overtime again tonight. My friend, did you see those Prussian officers? My coffee cup is missing, can you help me find it? Supervisor, did you see those Prussian officers? A few strange guys came to the factory today. A few strange guys came to the factory today." Wayne rolled his eyes and left the office. His thinking was too powerful, which caused the N people's logic to be confused and unable to provide effective intelligence. Fortunately, it was not a big problem. He turned a corner at the end of the corridor and came to the heart of the processing plant and met a team of Prussian officers. According to the information sent by Regina, among the officers in this team, 2 were called generals by Weaving, and Weaving was quite polite to them. They were probably the special persons in charge of the cooperation project and had a high status in the Prussian high level. The factory machines roared, a large amount of steam filled the corners of the workshop, and the mist turned into water droplets on the roof, and from time to time it would turn into white foam and drip on the ground. In the factory, the cleaners responsible for cleaning the white foam were busy, and they were more tired than the machines that worked all day. Wayne glanced at the steel machine and secretly said that it was weird. Whether the machine can be combined with human flesh and blood has not yet been determined, but the combination of machine and void has become a reality. Weaving and the Prussian high level jointly broke the technical barriers and created an assembly line of void soldiers. Although the quality was not as good as the dragon blood soldiers made by the Windsor Ministry of Magic, it had an absolute advantage in quantity. One is pure handmade, and the other is an assembly line. There is no comparison at all. Wayne was not in a hurry to join the team of officers. He stood in front of the assembly line and watched the void soldiers. These soldiers, who were bred by the flesh and blood of the star beasts, had empty heads, but were surprisingly honest and well behaved, and did not launch parasitic pollution to the outside world. This is outrageous. After repeated inspections, Wayne guessed that these void soldiers were the same as eggs, controlled by the mother body, rather than independent soldiers with their own will. As long as the mother body is controlled, these emotionless super soldiers can be controlled. From the perspective of the magic world, Wayne believed that Weaving was perfunctory to the Prussian high-level officials, and this project was suspected of defrauding funds. From the perspective of the national officials, this project was of great strategic significance, and even if it was only cannon fodder, it was enough to sweep the world's first army of Frank. This factory cannot be left alone, it must be blown up. Wayne silently gave himself a thumbs up. Today, he ambushed Weaving in the name of the SS, not only to point out the contradictions between Weaving and several other oracle priests, but also to provoke the cooperation between Weaving and Prussia. Before the misunderstanding is resolved, Wayne will not hand over the control of the Matrix. Not now, let alone in the future. Wayne's mouth curled up, and he quickly stepped forward to catch up with a team of officers, patted the shoulder of the last soldier, and borrowed a tiger skin to cover himself. Their military uniforms are really handsome. The person in charge of the factory introduced the daily output of the assembly line to the 2 generals, and said that if the funds are sufficient, the output can be tripled. If the Empire encounters the dilemma of insufficient troops in the process of conquering the world, these void soldiers are the most trustworthy partners. At this point, the person in charge belittled the other 2 projects, Mechanical Fusion and Devil Container. As the project leaders, the 2 generals share the same idea as the person in charge, and nodded repeatedly, saying that the devil container and mechanical fusion are evil ways, and the void is the eternal truth. Wayne couldn't stand it anymore, whispered in his mouth, waved white foam to pollute the person in charge, and the two generals looked through their memories, and got accurate first-hand information. The Prussian Secret Technology Development Bureau is affiliated with the SS Logistics Support Department, Unarmed Forces, and Special Research Departments. The headquarters is located in the Prussian capital of Berlin. The Devil's Container and mechanical fusion have made major breakthroughs, so I came here to check the progress. Hiss, they really did it? Wayne was so shocked by Prussia's operation that his scalp numbed. The Devil's Container has made a major breakthrough. After all, Logi is also a part of magic, and mechanical fusion is a cross-era product, which goes against all current magic theories. Mechanical and magic fusion, it's really worth it? Wayne was eager to try, and carefully looked through the memories of the two generals. However, they were not in charge of the mechanical fusion project because of their professional differences. They knew very little and could not provide the information Wayne wanted. He pondered for a moment and ordered the two, August, Finn, after you two return to Berlin, spread the pollution and try to wipe out the entire Secret Technology Development Bureau. After the success, Pope Ywen will reward you heavily. As he said, he picked up a layer of white foam on the ground and smeared it on the faces of the two. His mind trembled, activating the parasitic ability of the white foam, covering up Wayne's own white foam, and conveniently put the blame on Ywen. This is what a super agent is like, always ensuring that his identity will not be leaked. Wayne did not get exact information from the two generals, but he asked the person in charge for the password of the safe, left the assembly line factory, and went straight to the person in charge's office. At this moment, the Void soldiers on the assembly line rioted collectively and launched indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding areas. Officers, responsible persons, operators, and even cleaners were all regarded as targets of attack. A large amount of white foam rushed, and pollution assimilation occurred in every corner of the factory. Wayne frowned, guessing that it was weaving who did it. Knowing that the project was cut, he washed away the stain on his body with his own hands. He did not stop it, but let the two generals escape from the jaws of death and leave the abandoned factory in a dangerous way. In this way, he further created conflicts between the Prussian high-level officials and weaving. White foam poured out of the factory, tentacles climbed and extended, gradually covering the entire underground base, and the researchers in the laboratory were not spared, all parasitized and assimilated. Where the white foam flooded, the flesh and blood of the white star beast hardened and turned into a hard object like cement, fixing the entire base underground. This novel method of destroying corpses and erasing traces was the first time Wayne had seen it. He envied Weaving's research data and ran away with the safe before the white foam came. Manor Villa on the banks of the Senour River. The three people who had been busy all night sat in the living room. Wayne's need for sleep was getting lower and lower. He only slept for 1 hour a day, but he was still full of energy the next day. He looked through the map and crossed out the targets to be checked tonight. Today, only weaving was found, and the bases of the two oracle priests Baker and Macquarie were yet to be developed. Beside the sofa, Nelson, who had been up all night, forced himself to be energetic. Seeing his sister full of energy, he enviously said, "Regina, aren't you sleepy?" "No, I don't even need to sleep now." "Why sleep for a long time when you are alive? You will sleep for a long time after death. Regina has died once and is still half dead. She has a very low need for sleep. Occasionally, she will sleep to show respect when she remembers to maintain the human life and work schedule. Usually, she will spend time working and is the best cow and horse under Wayne. Among the three secretaries, Regina is the most diligent, and she doesn't even want sex." Nelson was even more envious, knowing that his sister's achievements today were all due to the work of the natural night boss. He pushed his sister's shoulder and helped to introduce a job. She wanted to improve so much. Regina opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain to her sister. Seeing her eager eyes, she had to bite the bullet and said, "Boss, what do you think of my sister?" "What do you mean?" Wayne put down the pen in his hand in confusion. "My sister is very capable." Regina patted Nelson's back, and the latter immediately straightened his chest and raised his head, looking like he was waiting for a call. Wayne's face was full of black lines. "What does it have to do with me whether she can do it or not? This is your sister, you can't hurt her." "Boss, you misunderstood. What I mean is, does the Library of London want to recruit new employees? If so, my sister is one of us, and we can give her priority," Regina said. "Regina, you should know my standards for recruiting employees. The library doesn't need your sister." Wayne shook his head. "It's not that she is useless. I need an assistant." "Boss, give her to me," Odelia suddenly spoke. Wayne looked at Odelia in surprise. Odelia was a little embarrassed by his straightforward eyes. Thinking of the charming Senna, she gritted her teeth and looked back, insisting on her own ideas. "No, my sister must not be handed over to you." Regina was furious. Her innocent sister was handed over to Odelia. Maybe she would become the boss in a few days. "Regina, you are a coward. Why do you want to drag my sister into the water?" "Odelia, she wants to improve herself. What does it have to do with me?" Nelson didn't understand what the two were arguing about. He tilted his head and looked at Wayne, trying to act cute to get a job and join the Squire team of the Natural Knight. She saw the changes in Regina, envious but didn't say anything. She only knew that if her sister could do it, her sister could do it too. "You know nothing." Wayne rolled his eyes. Regina's power was exchanged for her life. He couldn't guarantee that after killing Nelson, the other party would become a vengeful spirit. Even if he could, he couldn't do it. Without the contract of the spirit of revenge, Nelson could only take the path of void pollution if he wanted to make progress. This was even worse, and he couldn't do it. Wayne waved his hand, with no intention of recruiting people. He said to Nelson, "People must rely on themselves. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. You can't imagine the painful price Regina paid for her achievements today. That's all. Rely on yourself." Nelson was confused for a while. "What is a painful price? I didn't see any changes in my sister. Just thinking about it, I found that Regina and Odelia were silent. I raised my hand to cover my mouth and whispered in my sister's ear, 'Regina, you won't. You saw it?' Regina's smile was far-fetched and somewhat bitter. She was afraid that her sister would be sad if she knew the truth. "You don't love yourself enough." "What the hell, the boss is not that kind of person." Regina pinched her face like a mirror and twisted it hard a few times. "The boss has no plan to recruit new people. I can't help you. Go home and inherit the family property and be your noble lady. TT Kappa A with Macron and degrees Celsius O. Miss Nelson, are you interested in applying for my assistant?" "Shut up and don't talk. Just say it." The living room was a little noisy. Wayne picked up the map and went to the study. The girl wanted to make progress and found him. He was powerless, but he didn't mind helping to introduce another job. The Church of Nature's top leadership is about to undergo a major shakeup, and Senna may be short of a secretary. Forget about Odelia's secretary, the setting of artistic girl and succubus secretary is already a selling point, and there is no need to form a clique and play all the bells and whistles. That night, Wayne took Odelia and Regina with him, and divided his troops into 3 groups to continue collecting intelligence. In case there was another emergency, the 2 secretaries stepped in and he personally investigated. 5 days passed in a flash. Dark Realm. Senna looked at Wayne, who was sitting cross-legged, with burning eyes. She sensed the terrifying thoughts hidden in the other person's body. While her heart trembled, she aroused a strong desire. At the same time, Wayne's vengeful spirits also experienced some changes. Let's not mention the spirit of vengeance far away in London for the time being, but only talk about the nearest Odelia and Regina. The two seemed to be reborn. They felt a steady stream of power pouring out of their bodies. Different from before, they had obtained qualitative strengthening. As vengeful spirits, they have no realm to speak of. They are magical beings forged by Wayne through the Book of Greed. Only when Wayne becomes stronger will they become stronger. The moment he regained his life, he immediately knew what had happened to Wayne. Advance. Legendary Mage. The changes between the two of them were too obvious, and their auras leaked, causing Nelson to open his mouth wide and fall into a mind-blank mode. My sister surpassed her too much. Regina, what's wrong with you? The boss has given me new power, and I have become stronger again. Regina clenched her fists, joy flashed in her eyes, and she did not notice the complicated look in her sister's eyes. Odelia noticed it and stuck it up again, whispering seductively in her ear, "It's hard to be compared to your sister. Do you want to be my assistant? Then I will help you operate it, and you can be as powerful as Regina. Go away and don't say strange things to my sister. You are tempting her to fall, you devil. As if you weren't. Well, that's not the point. The point is that you had no good intentions and pushed my sister into the fire pit. Is this how you evaluate your boss? You said he was a good person before." Regina couldn't say anything, so she scratched her hair anxiously, turned around and saw her sister thinking deeply, as if she had made some kind of determination, which frightened her whole body. "Nelson, please wake up, you can only rely on yourself." "But you relied on the boss." "It's true." After 5 days of begging for help, Wayne obtained a large amount of experimental data, which became an opportunity for him to be promoted to a legendary mage. In the investor column, the names of the 3 oracle priests, Baker, Weaving, and Macquarie, were added. Coming to the realm of the legendary mage, the golden triangle in Wayne's body almost solidified into substance. He sensed a stable balance and could not imagine what kind of power he would need to use to crush the demigod's bottleneck one day in the future, completely forming a overall. In both the 6-pointed star stage and the golden triangle stage, Wayne used external forces to break the balance, but not this time. Firstly, there is no need to break it. The legendary mage is a qualitative leap forward from the golden mage. Secondly, there is no external force powerful enough. His balance is unbreakable, and the chosen knight can only stare in disbelief. The legendary mage is so difficult, but as for the demigods, do they have to embrace the thigh of the dark goddess to get it? E=**. Life is not easy, the handsome boy sighed. Before Wayne could open his eyes, a fragrant beauty squeezed into his arms. Senna looked at Wayne impulsively. "You are powerful again." "Senna, how did you know that I was promoted to legendary mage?" Wayne asked in surprise. The effect was average, and there was no feedback from the pretense. Senna would only congratulate him and covet his body for some in-depth communication. It would be better to change it to Austin to have the aggrieved face he wanted. Let's put these words aside for now and go back and say it to Austin again. Don't be in a hurry to get down to business. Answer me a few questions first. Wayne held down the stunned beauty and asked what changes had occurred at the church headquarters in the past few days. The Q/U0026 session was a waste of time, so Senna opened her mind and let Wayne read her memories. Wayne looked around and saw the entire animal world on the prairie. He rolled his eyes speechlessly, knowing that if he didn't get down to business, there would be no results today. That's it? Wayne searched the muddy memories in his arms and found that there were no changes in the church's senior leadership. Why, who he had high hopes for, not only did not make a fuss at the church headquarters and confront the Pope and 2 colleagues, but also disappeared. In recent days, there has been no change. Show up. They are all human beings. It is too difficult to plot against them. Wayne shook his head, patted his waistline and said, I have given you the evidence, which is enough to overthrow the 3 oracle high priests. You can see for yourself how to operate it. Don't be afraid of making things worse. I will. Oh, you've always made a big deal out of small things, so you pretended I didn't say it. The 3 oracle high priests are full of stains, and a random search will yield a pile of evidence. However, when it comes to Pope Ludwig, there is a lack of conclusive evidence. Even if Wayne found a lot of evidence of cooperation between Ludwig and Prussian high-level officials, the other party could use the development of the church as an excuse. Not only was it not evidence of guilt, but it was also the other party's merit. Ludwig, regardless of whether it was done by a human being or not, just say whether the church made money. The old guy was too steady in his work. Except for the moral untenability, he was extremely good at everything else. It would be no exaggeration to say that he was an outstanding pope. I will take care of the pope's side, Senna said softly. How do you deal with it? Is there any conspiracy? I am an ally of the great prophet Tubi, and I have also obtained the surrender of the saint. The former is responsible for the prophecy from God, and the latter can convey the oracle of the goddess. Just make up a reason and you will have a valid excuse. Senna wanted to fake the oracle. Wayne secretly thought it was audacious, but let's not talk about it. It is very feasible. If the great prophet and the saint speak at the same time, the false oracle will become the real oracle. In addition, the natural night is behind to add fuel to the fire, so you can frame them however you want. Wayne was in high spirits, actively exerted his subjective initiative, and came up with an idea. According to my investigation, the Prussian high-level officials have developed many new things, including the devil's container. Let Tubi predict that there are devil's minions in the church headquarters, and let Dussa convey the oracle that the devil's minions have controlled the church for 100 years. Don't be too strict, just point to the Pope. You are too cautious, you can be bolder. Senna smiled and said, Tubi has translated many prophecies from God. Some prophecies are from the Lark Muriel or he made them up. No one knows except him. As for the oracle of the saint, when the Pope controlled the saint, he also made up many false oracles. A bunch of insects. How did the church become like this? Wayne touched his conscience and was indignant. He thought his operation was bold and reckless, but he never expected that it was all left over by the opponent. Compared with the high-level officials of the Church of Nature, Windsor's group of insects are all loyal people. So, either don't offend, or don't give the Pope a chance to turn over. Senna's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Gulp. Wayne swallowed his saliva, and the evil beauty became more charming. Wayne's performance made Senna quite proud. She hid her sword in the sheath to prevent its edge from leaking out, and squinted her eyes and said, according to what you said, Prussia and the Natural Church have a very close cooperation. The Pope intends to let go and let Wen and others take the blame. What about the Natural Church in the future? If we suddenly cut off cooperation with Prussia, we will lose an important division, and we may not even be able to keep the faith of the headquarters. The goddess doesn't care about the church, but she cares about faith. If she suddenly cuts off cooperation with Prussia, she will definitely be retaliated by the other party. Under the repeated attacks, there will definitely be a large number of believers lost, and the consequences cannot be underestimated. Prussia will not last long. Her ambition is too big, and it will inevitably cause public outrage. But other churches will definitely choose to stand by and watch when they see the Natural Church rushing to the front. Senna said. I will deal with the Dark Church, and I can also win over the Holy Father Church. The 3 churches will join forces to resist the official pressure from Prussia. Before conquering the world, she will not provoke the 3 churches, Wayne said firmly. What about after conquering the world? Wait until Prussia conquers. The copy of Winter is Coming before it is qualified to say that it has conquered the world. Wayne looked to the north. Prussia could not conquer the world. Senna was surprised and said, "You are so optimistic about those poor guys. The red flag will never give up. They have faith, okay." Wayne whispered, and seeing that Senna still didn't believe it, he turned and said, "Anna is the saint of the Dark Church. The Dark Church is headquartered in the Rashi Federation. They will win. I came first." Senna was very dissatisfied and gritted her teeth and cursed a little bitch. Anastasia must have used Mongolian medicine to make Wayne so obsessed. What a holy virgin saint in front of people, but she has many tricks behind people. Senna became more and more angry as she thought about it, and she stepped up her efforts to severely dampen Wayne's spirit. The effect was very average. As Wayne's followers, Senna and Anastasia had queen-like faces for nothing. They looked very capable, but once they got close to the faith, they became vulnerable. He was a strong-mouthed king. Prussia is indeed worthy of careful treatment. I will contact the Holy See in person. Wayne frowned. After the two generals returned to Burrow, he could no longer sense each other. There are two possibilities. One is that the distance is far, and there are restrictions such as space barriers in the Secret Technology Development Bureau, which makes him unable to sense. The second is that he is dead. He was found to have void pollution as soon as he returned to the headquarters, and then was killed instantly. Wayne hopes it is the first one. If it is the second one, it is not so easy to kill his followers, and it is even more difficult to kill them instantly. Wayne was very glad that he put the blame on Vivin. Even if he was found out, Prussia would target Vivin, not him, a passerby. When are you going to take action against the Pope? Senna asked with narrowed eyes. The sooner the better. You should start as soon as you finalize the plan with the great prophet and the saint. Wayne's eyes flashed with a gleam. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. He should sweep away everything with the force of thunder. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 372. The Now River. A sightseeing boat sailed slowly. The curves of the classically decorated hull were smooth, reflecting the moonlight and cutting through the sparkling water line. The scenery on both sides was picturesque, the music was elegant, and the sound of the hull hitting the water surface was as high as 2 or 3 floors. Wayne was eager to paint. Unfortunately, he couldn't. His painting skills were average, and his realism was terrible, and he focused on abstraction. Although the mainstream aesthetics these days is abstraction, as long as the person is gone, there will be auctions to argue for it, but this is Osteria, the back garden of Prussia, and the mustache leader is most annoyed by the abstract school. If you dare to be abstract, he will dare to beat you. Wayne sat on the upper deck, with a breeze, holding a glass of juice in his hand, and looked at his watch. Calculate the time, they should be here too. Senna's meeting with the great prophet Tube and the Saint Dussa went very smoothly. Both of them said that there was no big problem, but they also had a request. There are risks in spreading the oracle randomly, and it is necessary to meet with the leader to prevent the leader from abandoning them after the matter is accomplished, and deal with them when dealing with the Pope. Be cautious and prudent, and focus on stability. Wayne evaluated the two as insects. They are called the great prophet and the saint, and they have no spirit of sacrifice. They have an unshirkable responsibility for the church to become what it is today. Seeing that Tubi and Dussa are not easy to fool, and they are unwilling to enjoy the cake and chicken soup handed to them, Wayne had to agree to meet with the two. In order to prevent alerting the enemy, the meeting place was chosen to be the Sino River, which is the sightseeing cruise. W omega omega tka with acute and degrees Celsius O. On the other side, Wayne met with Gavin, the deputy leader of the Knights of Nature, and showed Gavin the innumerable evidence, indicating his idea of rectifying the church's top leaders in the near future. Gavin has been unhappy with this group of insects for a long time. He has limited power in his hands and is unwilling to go along with them, so he stays away from the center of power. The future natural knights are very concerned about the church, and Gavin is happy to see it happen. When the nights come, there will be a blue sky. When the nights come, the church will be peaceful. At the same time, Gavin also expressed his doubts. In principle, the natural knights cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the church. Wayne has this status, but not this power. Once a precedent is set, it will inevitably bury hidden dangers. This is what Wayne likes about Gavin. It can be said that he is rigid, or it can be said that he is upright and a person who sticks to the bottom line of principles. Wayne said that he would not take the initiative to interfere in the internal affairs of the church. He would only let Senna produce evidence. If several senior officials refused to plead guilty, he would come forward as a natural knight to solve the problem. Of course, he is not a director or planner. He was invited by Senna to help Senna eradicate the insects that do not behave like humans. This statement is a bit far-fetched. Taking off pants to fart is the same as not taking off pants, but the natural knights have taken off their pants. Gavin can't say anything more, and he has made his position clear. He stands on the side of justice and leads the natural knights to maintain the order on the scene that day. Gavin was too upright to attend the small meeting tonight, so Wayne did not invite him over. Otherwise, when the great prophet, the saint, the oracle high priest, and the nature knight met to discuss how to translate the oracle of the goddess, Gavin would definitely be overwhelmed. Good news, the decision-making layer of the previous generation of insects was overthrown. Bad news, the insects overthrew the insects, just like they did not overthrow them. Opposite Wayne sat the beautiful Senna, who was well dressed in a white evening dress, a black fur coat, and her long hair was tied up, as elegant as a lady from the upper class. Her cold and arrogant temperament was extremely aggressive, more like a queen. Behind Wayne was the succubus secretary Odelia, who was dressed in a lady suit and looked very decent. Like Mona, she also wore a pair of glasses. Wayne brought Odelia to the meeting, firstly to let her see the world and get acquainted with the future high-level leaders of the natural church. The boss is too busy all day long to pay attention to the natural church all the time. Secretary Odelia taking over the work can help him share a lot of pressure. This is one of the correct ways to use a secretary. There is another reason to bring Odelia here. This guy has been eyeing Nelson recently. I don't know where he learned PU, and he has fooled the girl around. For this reason, Regina complained to Wayne a lot. Odelia formed cliques for her own interests. This is a typical behavior of forming cliques for personal gain. If it is allowed to develop, the cliques will be all over the library, and the consequences will be disastrous. She dares to form a clique today, and she dares to turn against Tiangang tomorrow, pulling her allies to ride on the boss and bully others. She must be dealt with seriously to set an example. The vivid description made Wayne a little greedy. Having an idea doesn't mean Wayne will put it into action. Although he also thinks that twins can be imprisoned and punished, which is very suitable for the style of the basement, Nelson is innocent and is a daughter of a wealthy family. There is no reason to acquiesce to Odelia pushing people into the fire pit, so he takes Odelia with him for personal custody, keeps her away from Nelson, and makes Regina quiet. Even if we take a step back, Regina is Wayne's #1 file king, the most capable cow and horse, never applies for overtime pay for overtime work, and has been selected as an excellent employee for several consecutive months. Wayne can sleep with her but not her sister. Passive slacking is not conducive to the development of work. Where can we find a second file king? A rapid water line spreads out on the river surface, and a figure rushes to the upper deck and comes to the conference table. The mandrill is wearing the robe of the great prophet, like a monkey in a crown. The great prophet did not come, and the clone took over. Mr. Wayne, you really came. I thought High Priest Senna was lying to me. The mandrill bowed. To be, you didn't come in person, you only sent your monkeys. Is that how you respect the Knight of Nature? Senna chuckled. No, 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 my goal is too big, It's not easy to leave the prophet's hall, it will attract unnecessary attention to be hurriedly explained. Senna laughed even more contemptuously. The old guy's first choice is to protect himself, and then cooperation. Wayne saw through it but didn't say it, and welcomed Tubi's arrival, and emphasized the transcendent status of the great prophet, who is an indispensable member of the team. Good words don't cost money, and it's worth saying a few more words. Before Wayne finished speaking, another black shadow stepped on the river and jumped onto the deck. Alex Lambert, Saint Dussa's brother, who served as the saint's accompanying guard at the church headquarters, now held the saint's sister in his arms, and put her down after getting on the boat. The saint must remain pure and cannot have close contact with the opposite sex. The brother is obviously not within the scope, and others don't think there is anything wrong. It's not the Landau family. Mr. Wayne, we meet again. The brother and sister saluted one after another, expressing their respect for the Knight of Nature. A deputy director is also a director. This principle is universal, and it is the same after traveling through time. The two ignored the word heir and regarded Wayne as a real Knight of Nature. Wayne is the heir of the Knight of Nature, and there are only a limited number of people who know about it, all of whom are high-ranking members of the church. Dussa is a saint who has been framed, and she is also a newcomer. She is not qualified to know the secret. Senna told her about this when she negotiated with her, which made her dispel her doubts and willing to falsely convey the oracle. It has been about a year since they last parted. In the saint selection assessment competition, Dussa was surprised that Wayne became the heir of the Knight of Nature in such a short time. His luck was too good. Envy.jpg. In comparison, she tried her best to become a saint, but she was still a saint without real power. It can't be compared, there is no comparison. Dussa, you are beautiful again. Wayne raised his hands enthusiastically and walked over. Dussa smiled and did not retreat. She was a saint, and she was sure that Wayne would not dare to hug her. Wayne walked past Dussa and hugged Alex enthusiastically. You too, you're handsome again, almost catching up with me. You're joking, with your looks and temperament, I'm afraid it's hard for me to catch up with you. Alex smiled bitterly, his temperament was still so melancholy. Saint Dussa took her seat, and Alex stood behind her sister, acting as a bodyguard and guard, pretending that the saint was very powerful. The three people present knew the truth. If the saint had real power and kept her word, she would never get involved in the muddy water. The four people attending the meeting all had demands. Wayne wants the Church of Nature to terminate its cooperation with Prussia to avoid the possibility of other churches participating in the World War. Wayne's appeal is Senna's appeal. She can give everything for her faith. After Wayne completely lifted the suppression on her, the Pope also became one of her goals, fulfilling her dream. Dussa's appeal is to become a real saint, cancel the selection system of every 20 years, have real power, and be able to make her own voice heard at the top. The great prophet Tubi's appeal is the simplest, to refresh the favorability of the natural knights. The two students attacked Wayne, and it was not him who was secretly doing bad things. Tubi is an old unlucky guy. The great prophet is a hard job. He listens to the prophecies of the gods and then conveys them to the church's top leaders to meet the needs of the gods or correct the direction of the church. Because Pope Ludwig is in power, the saint and the great prophet are overwhelmed. Tubi can't play politics against Ludwig. He is thinking about getting out in time and going to the kingdom of God. Seeing that his two apprentices are about to become legendary wizards, he turns around and they are gone. Not only did he fail, he was killed in the assassination attempt on the successor of the Knight of Nature, and before he left, he put the blame on Tubi. Just thinking about it makes my beard hurt. The four people expressed their demands and confirmed that they had the same goal and there was no problem in cooperation. The specific rights dispute was also settled because of Senna's concession. The next step is the most critical link. Who will be the leader? If it was an ordinary false oracle, Tubi would have translated it himself many times before, and he would not panic even if he was caught. The prophecy is ambiguous. You say that the original intention was good, but it was badly implemented in his hands. He picked up the pole and said that if you can do it, you can do it, if you can't, don't talk. The prophecy is like this, there is no way to deal with him. The previous saints also often spread oracles randomly. Take Flora as an example. When she was controlled by Ludwig, she was often blamed. Because she was not obedient, she changed her job to a gardener after leaving office, and her status plummeted. Dussa is new here, and she knows her own weight. She doesn't have the courage to falsely spread the oracle, but she still has the courage to make a profit in the name of falsely spreading the oracle. Because she knows that she has no power and may be abandoned at any time, so there must be a leader who rushes to the front. If the matter is exposed, she will say that the leader forced her to falsely spread the oracle. The field was silent, and no one spoke. Senna wanted to say that she didn't mind being the leader. She found the natural knights, joined forces with the great prophet and the saint to falsely spread the oracle, and she would take the responsibility. If something went wrong, she would bear it alone. Before she opened her mouth, she was glared at by Wayne. He slowly said, "The great prophet, the saint, and the future pope, you three are equal in level, there is no superiority or inferiority. Whoever is the leader, the other two will be dissatisfied. Look at how forgetful you are, and there is also a natural knight. X2. The leader bears the greatest risk and will also gain the greatest benefits after success. This will destabilize the power balance that has just been established." Wayne looked like he was thinking about the three of them. He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up and he said, "How about otherwise? The responsibilities and risks are shared equally, the benefits are divided into 3 equal parts, and no one suffers, and no one takes advantage of anyone. How about this?" "Not really." X2. The mandrill had a look of anthropomorphic sadness on his face. He was here to gain favor, not to take responsibility. How could a fart helper become the big brother when it came to closing the net? Discuss again, discuss again. Dussa rolled her eyes beautifully. She was so poor that she couldn't get anything she wanted. Was she qualified to be the leader? She's not even qualified to take the blame. No one said anything. Senna glanced at Wayne again. "Don't bother, she doesn't mind taking the blame. This is not a matter of blame, and it has nothing to do with responsibility. You bear the greatest risk, but the benefits are equally shared. There is no such reason." Wayne thought through the message. "Besides, you are the one who wants to become the Pope. If you are not clear about the operation, someone will definitely come up with it in the future. When it comes to power, you must be justified. Wayne has been a prince for several months and knows the ways here very well. Tubi and Dussa will definitely agree, especially Dussa. She is the most power-hungry person in the room. As a saint, the oracle she conveys is also the most important. She must stand in front. Otherwise, even if she succeeds, Dussa will be no different from the previous saints." Wayne believed that Dussa knew this very well. If she didn't speak for a long time, she was just dragging her feet or raising the price. There was a long silence on the boat. Wayne took a sip of juice and noticed movement on the river. 4 or 5 sightseeing boats of the same size surrounded him from 4 directions. Wayne's face darkened. Someone is here. Is he someone from the Pope? Dussa's heart tightened when she heard this. It didn't matter that Senna, Tubi, and Wayne were arrested. Their status was there, and no one dared to interfere with their strong words. She couldn't do it. Once they met, good days would be around the corner. It's back. It's probably not the Pope. His desire for power is very weak now, but tonight's party is also aimed at him. Senna frowned slightly and looked at the Saint siblings. With their strength, they were more likely to be followed. With this breath, the other party is showing goodwill, there is no malice. The mandrill showed anthropomorphic surprise, it's Wei Wen. He disappeared for a long time. Why did he suddenly appear? What is he here for? X4. The four of them murmured in their minds, thinking of some possibility, but all had strange expressions on their faces. Think on the bright side, maybe the leader is here. Wayne stood up, put away his chair, stood behind Senna with his secretary Odelia, and pushed the half-drunk juice in front of Senna. By the time Wayne stood still, his face was distorted and his face had changed. They were all human beings, even the youngest Dussa was full of scheming, and she probably guessed what Wayne was thinking when she saw this. Make eye contact and wait silently for Wei Wen to show up. The breeze blew, and Vivian, the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature, came to the upper deck. He put one hand behind his back, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and squinted his eyes to look at the three people present, the great prophet, the saint, and the high priest Senna. What a grand occasion, I don't remember there being a high-level meeting tonight, or is this a private party? Wei Wen's smile was quite proud. He followed the Dussa brothers and sisters. He realized that there was something going on tonight, so he brought a large team of people to focus on one person who had many witnesses. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Wei Wen said, "What good things are the three big men discussing here? If you don't mind, I would also like to hear it and report it to the Pope to make him happy." Dussa lowered her head, knowing that she was not qualified to speak. Senna chuckled, "Wei Wen, when did you become the Pope's lackey? Congratulations, you are expected to be the next Pope. From now on, we will all depend on your face." Snort. Wei Wen responded with a sneer, "Sina, I thought you had given up your position as Pope when you stopped recently. I didn't expect that you set up a table here and attracted the great prophet and the saint. As expected of you, you walked in secretly. The front. You are overthinking. The Holy Lady has doubts about her position. The great prophet and I will answer her questions so that she will not offend the high priest Uyghur when she first arrives," Senna said without any yin or yang. "What a nice thing to say, but you don't even look at the way you are dressed as if you want to seduce a man." Wei Wen sneered secretly and felt a thump in his heart. As far as he knew, Senna had always been very well dressed, and suddenly she changed her style. Could it be that she was really trying to seduce men? He looked intently, and aside from the male mandrill, the only men in the scene were him, the saint's guard brother, and the pretty boy standing behind Senna. It's definitely impossible for him. The saint's guard brother looks okay, but his strength is too weak. Senna would only be condescending if she was crazy. There is only the last pretty boy left. Wei Wen looked up and down at Wayne. He was an unfamiliar face. He had never seen him at the church headquarters, and he had never heard of this person around Senna. His thoughts flashed across, and the hidden magic power was a bit unclear for a while. "Senna, why don't you introduce your companions to me?" "Nothing to introduce, my new secretary." Senna picked up the juice in front of her, found where Wayne's lips were, and took a sip. "Secretary, your statement makes me think a lot." Wei Wen felt that something was wrong with the pretty boy. He glanced at Odelia from the corner of his eye and let out another soft moan. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This secretary, I seem to have seen her somewhere before." The meeting that Wei Wen refers to has nothing to do with the attack by the succubus that night. Odelia and Regina wear foam masks in human form, which can effectively block the exploration of thoughts. After transforming into succubus, the filter is full. Appearance and temperament have undergone substantial changes. It was all filtered, so it was normal that he didn't recognize it. For example, the famous playboy is a young model in a club during the day. At night, he wears a half mask and mingle with ordinary citizens. His chin is clearly exposed, but he is not recognized by anyone. I remembered that she was once a wanted criminal of the church and participated in the assassination of the successor of the natural knight. Wei Wen murmured that the oracle high priest would not pay attention to ordinary wanted criminals. The reason why he was still fresh in his memory was purely related to the successor of the natural knight. There is no airtight wall in the world, and the fact that Wayne is the successor of the natural knight was still exposed. The Uyghur text was unclear about this matter. Mullah warned several insiders at the time that Senna and Gavin would not spread rumors, and Tubi did not dare to talk nonsense, but there was still someone present at the time. Pope Ludwig. The Pope has many things to do every day, and he is so busy all day long that it is understandable that he accidentally let something slip. As for how this information was obtained by Wei Wen and through what channels, it is unknown. I see, you found the Pope's excuse. Wei Wen glanced at Senna in admiration, as expected of you. I know the Pope's style of doing things very well. Your secretary should be dead. You found someone to pretend to be her and blocked the disaster, right? Senna took another sip of the juice and poured it out slowly. She looked sideways when she heard this and said, I didn't expect that you would still find me after I hid it so deeply. You didn't hide it at all. Wei Wen felt uncomfortable all over due to the strange aura, so he pulled up a chair and sat down. Senna, you have the Pope's handle, plus you know the successor of the natural knight, and you have also formed an alliance with the great prophet and the saint. What's next? It must be you who is the Pope. I would like to, but the Lord Knight is not interested in the internal affairs of the church, and he doesn't think I am a good woman, Senna said quietly. This was said to Wayne. Everyone present, one by one, was all part of the flirting play. As it should be, the Lord Knight is really good at judging people. Wei Wen sneered 3 times, saying that the high priest was already a good woman. How could she be a good girl? This is the natural church, and there is no good person in the top management. Wei Wen, what are you doing here tonight? Mandrillion said, if you want to report to the Pope, before it's too late, if you wait a little longer, my true body will be here. It's even better when we come, and we have one more witness. Facing the threat, Wei Wen was not timid. He stared at Senna and said, I will enter the game tonight. I support you as the Pope. After it is done, I will still be the Oracle High Priest. My power is yours, don't move. Senna knew this and did not show any surprise. Instead, she said, you need capital to enter the game. What is your bargaining chip? Just because you discovered a private party. No, you can't bring Ludwig down. If he keeps trying, you will never become the Pope. Weaving pointed at Ottilia, the status of this tainted witness is too low to be a big deal. I am different. I have a lot of evidence, which is enough to remove Ludwig from power. What you say is unfounded. I'll give you part first. Wei Wen was experienced in doing things, waved his hand and took out 2 files from his personal space, put them on the table and pushed them in front of Senna. Ludwig's political achievements are inseparable from the support of Prussia. In the last war, he secretly helped each other and escape in time to avoid the consequences of defeat. This time, I can only say this much. Senna opened the file and scanned it, all of which contained some dirty information about human body modification. There was an account book. Ludwig's forces secretly captured wild magicians and gave them to Prussia. They also provided professional technology. If Prussia could become bigger and stronger, he indispensable contribution. Senna casually put the file into her portable space without any thought of returning it. It's good. I believe you have more important evidence, but I don't believe you. Mandrill nodded, that's right, you can join as soon as you say. How do we know if this is the Pope's plan? Snort. Wei Wen's face was gloomy. Ludwig was too cruel. He knew that I had a lot of black information about him. He wanted me to die. Naturally, I wanted to take revenge. What do you mean, he did something to you? Tubi said happily. He didn't take any action. He teamed up with the Prussian SS to set up an ambush and assassination. I was just a few seconds away from dying. Wei Wen touched his neck, the fierce light in his eyes skyrocketed, and he could not let go of his murderous hatred. He wanted to watch Ludwig die in the God's chosen continent instead of going to the kingdom of God to live happily. To tell you the truth, Baker and McCurry have been collaborating deeply with Ludwig. Ludwig recommended them to cooperate with Prussia. These two guys are not clean and participated in the ambush against me. Wei Wen gritted his teeth and said, "You want to bring down the Pope, these two doglegs must be dealt with, you need me." "Indeed, you have arrived at just the right time." Wayne nodded secretly. It was true that he cheated and pretended to be an SS and gained a lot. Not only did he hone his acting skills, he also earned a cannon fodder. The oracle announced that the high priest was in flames and the Pope died violently. How sweet it was to hear. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 373. Wayne sent a message to Senna. Vivien arrived just in time, and supported Vivien to become the leader. He was what everyone expected. Vivien could not become the leader, but he could be the leader of the trouble. Senna understood immediately, and thought about how to make Vivien willingly rush to the front, and said, "Sorry, it's a serious matter, I still can't trust you. I didn't report tonight's gathering to the Pope, isn't that enough? The few people present are enough to shut you up. I risked my life to come here, isn't that enough?" Vivien gave in, and then said forcefully, "You may be able to kill me, but if so, it will inevitably alarm the church headquarters. Ludwig is prepared, and will first accuse you of killing the loyal people in the church, and you will get nothing. Politics is about compromise." Knowing that Senna has been moved, saying so much is nothing more than making him take more risks. Vivien is quite helpless about this. Pope Ludwig has two lackeys, Beck and Macquarie, who can't use him and want to kill him. Senna and her group don't trust him. If he wants to gain a foothold in the future reshuffle, he must take the initiative. Once a person takes the initiative, he will be controlled. He has made psychological preparations. As long as Senna's request is not too excessive, he can agree. Why when, let's be frank. I have ordered people to collect and organize these evidences of yours. Senna pointed to Wayne behind him. I dug this gentleman from Prussia. The evidence he provided is more and more detailed than you. Ludwig, Beck, Macquarie, even you, have been investigated clearly. Vuen's pupils shrank suddenly, suppressing his shock, and sighed, "Senna, you are too decisive. How can you investigate everything? What if you find yourself? Don't worry about this. I will find a way to make the Knight of Nature forgive you. You should know that he is a student of my student, and the relationship is extraordinary," Senna said lightly. "So, you wear this to seduce your student's student? You don't care about your face, you deserve to be the Pope." Vuen looked around and lowered his voice, "Senna, can I understand that the Knight of Nature is in Wayne? You can understand it this way, I respect your idea." Senna did not confirm or deny, which made Vuen a little unsure. He thought that the Knight of Nature was at the church headquarters and it was not easy to interfere in internal affairs. He would only show up when the time was right. After all, he was a Knight of Nature, and his status was different from that of the church's top leaders. Those who play politics can be shameless, but knights still care about face. If the Knight of Nature was really there, Senna and her gang could deal with Ludwig by themselves, and Vuen seemed dispensable and immediately redundant. Thinking about the power in his hands and Senna's lustful character, Vuen secretly felt difficult and lowered his bottom line. "Besides, I can tell you the truth. We just discussed it. Since we have evidence against you, there is no reason to let you go. The past was the past, and now is the present. I came with sincerity, Weaving interrupted. You don't have much sincerity. Senna said fearlessly, I said, we have all the evidence you provided, even more detailed than you. I am still the high priest of Oracle, and my identity is the best sincerity. Weaving said coldly, tell me, what do you want me to do to integrate into your team? Since the assassination, Weaving has completely given up on Ludwig, and he is not happy with Baker and Macquarie. He guessed that Ludwig was paving the way for the next pope, and he was not among them, so he was put on the assassination list. He has been hiding recently for this reason. God knows where the three devils are hiding, so we have to guard against them. Why when, we have discussed the details. There is no place for you in the team. Senna, don't go too far. I have already bowed my head. Do you have to let me die to be satisfied? No, this is not oppression. I am telling the truth seriously. Senna pointed to Tubi and Dusa, the great prophet and the saint provided the oracle. The current pope has a close relationship with the devil's container in Prussia. He is the devil's pawn in the world. The fall of the church was led by him. I am responsible for the attack and take the lead in identifying the pope as a pawn of the devil and driving him out of office for the future of the church. Senna, in short, I work hard and everyone benefits. The natural night is indeed nearby, otherwise you would not be so brave, and you would not be Ludwig's opponent. Wen made up his mind and insisted on joining the game. He sneered, Senna, are you so kind to take the responsibility? For the sake of interests, I have contributed the most, taken the greatest risks, and gained the most. Will I be put on the table in this benefit? What do you think? Motherfucker. Vuen's eyes twitched, marveling at Senna's appetite. Not only did she want to drive away the Pope, but she also wanted to drive down the three oracle high priests. He said, I know what the great prophet and the saint want, but your ambition is too big. With all the rights of the Pope and the four oracle high priests, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Eat first and talk later. Vuen was completely at a loss. He strongly suspected that Senna had seduced the natural knight and got the other party's full support, and her ambition was so unrestrained. Envy.jpg. He also has a promotion device, and I wonder if it is the key that the nature knight lost. Vuen knew that the possibility of asking Senna to introduce the nature knight on his behalf was zero. With no other options, he could only say, tell me, what can I do to keep my position and rights? I don't think you have. Don't suppress it. When the new pope comes to power, he must have the support of a die-hard oracle high priest, otherwise how can he govern the nature church? Vuen waved his hand, and his voice became much louder as he thought of the words. If you must say it, we lack someone who stands up to question the pope. Any topic must have a beginning, right? Senna made her request. That makes sense, to be agreed deeply. Dusa was not qualified to speak, but only expressed her optimism for Vuen in her heart. The oracle high priest is qualified to take the blame. What do you mean? You will lead this matter, and you will lead the great prophet and the saint. Ludwig has a corrupt moral character and is full of bad deeds. He has committed crimes that are outrageous to both humans and gods. He is not worthy of being the pope, and then nominate me to be the pope, Senna said with a smile. Then I am dead. Wen laughed angrily, you hide in the back, and I rush in first. After all, I am still dead. You can also refuse. Go to Ludwig now. I won't stop you. Senna, do you think you have me? Otherwise, look at the great prophet and the saint, they didn't resist. Wen looked at the two of them, the mandrill sighed dejectedly, and Dusa was about to cry faintly, both of them had no power to resist. Who are you two pretending to be here? Do you really think I am a fool? Vuen wanted to say something, but Senna's face turned cold, I have the support of the Knight of Nature. We can succeed with or without you. If you are willing to do it, sit down. If you are not willing, do as you please. Okay. Voin said between his teeth. Senna and Ludwig had a showdown. He had to stand with one of the two forces, otherwise the boss and the second in command would fight, and he, the third in command, would be the first to suffer. Ludwig wanted him to die, but Senna still had a chance of survival. Welcome to join us, High Priest Voin. Senna took another sip of the juice. She had not let go of the glass, and it was almost patinate by her. Don't rush to open the champagne, I have my own requirements. Wei Wen whispered, I took such a big risk. If you regret it after the success, I have no way to deal with it. You have to give me an explanation now. Okay. Senna put down the juice and said solemnly, in front of the great prophet and the saint, I swear to the goddess of nature that I will never touch your status and rights after the success, otherwise the goddess will abandon me, the kingdom of God will be closed to me from now on, and I will fall into the void forever and ever. Tubi and Dussa were both shocked. This oath was a bit poisonous. Looking at Wei Wen again, their eyes changed. They regarded him as a partner and their own. Wei Wen never expected that Senna would play so hard and dare to make such a poisonous oath. He secretly said crazy woman, and he had a bottom line in his heart, okay, since you have made a promise, I will not let you down. I will rush to the front. Don't worry, I will also be there that day. I won't really let you go alone, Senna promised. I feel relieved with your words. Wei Wen wiped the cold sweat from his head. The risk was great, but the benefits were even greater. He finally squeezed into this team, and his life safety and interests were guaranteed. Why are you still standing there? You can open the champagne. Headquarters of the Church of Nature. Like the headquarters of the major divisions, the headquarters of the Church of Nature is not on the chosen continent, but exists in an independent space, and its coordinates overlap with Osteria. By the way, except for the deep-rooted papal states, the other churches have the same configuration. The headquarters of the Dark Church is located in the Rashi Federation, and the Sun and Moonlight churches are adjacent, both located in Greece on the west coast of the Aegean Sea. The Church of Death. Unknown, God knows where it has moved to now, almost isolated from the world, and there has been no major movement for a long time. It's like dead. Getting back to the point, looking at the space where the headquarters of the Church of Nature is located, the mountains rise and fall one after another, and from near to far, they are all covered by lush trees and colorful flowers and plants. The building complex of the natural church headquarters is located in the mountains. There are many white halls, which were built by the magic engineering team. They are magnificent and far beyond the comparison of the buildings in the human world. Compared with this place, the low houses in London are definitely from the countryside, and begging for food is inferior to others. Mountains, lakes, rivers, and white halls are dotted among them. Greenery and vitality, flowers are everywhere, and there is a peaceful and harmonious balance of beauty. Being in it, you can not only feel the magnificence and magic of nature, but also feel the true meaning of life advocated by the natural church. It is an excellent place to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Unfortunately, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. When there are more people, the hustle and bustle of the world will follow. Meeting room. The blue dome is clear and the sky is blue, the amber round lake is wavy, and the white pillars connect the sky and the ground, supporting a fantasy space. Between the lake and the sky, a 10-meter-long white table stands horizontally, with several white high-backed chairs. The senior leaders of the natural church are all here for a routine meeting to discuss some trivial matters. Today's meeting concerns the rights of several oracle high priests, not a trivial matter like the selection of saints, so everyone is present in their true form. Pope Ludwig, Great Prophet Tube, Saint Dussa. Then came the four oracle high priests Senna, Baker, Weaving, and Macari. Deputy head Gavin, who had not been seen for a long time, also attended today's meeting. Wayne also came, in Senna's body. Not fixed in a corner, evenly distributed, all over the body. Ludwig presided over the meeting as usual, opened his mouth and said a few opening remarks. After receiving sparse applause, he put down the documents in his hand, closed his eyes and began to rest. The Pope was ready to leave the chosen continent and go to the kingdom of God to create glory again. Everyone knew this, so Ludwig's silence was not surprising. The more silent the Pope was, the more power he would delegate, which was a good thing for everyone. Since no one is talking, let me start. Weaving said a few words in a pretentious manner, starting with the work of developing believers. He first affirmed the basic base of Austria and Prussia, and then changed the subject and mentioned the rapid pace of Prussia's expansion. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Prussia will not stop its conquest. At the same time, it was declared war by two powerful countries, Windsor and Frank, and there was also the Ross Federation, which was not moving. Prussia's situation was not ideal. To break the double-team situation, it must either sweep the Ross Federation to the north or destroy Frank and Windsor to the west. In terms of geographical location, Frank and Windsor are the first choice, and the possibility of a two-way battle is not high. I know Frank's defense line very well. It is difficult for Prussia to break it. She has fallen into a deadlock. It may not be a good thing for our natural church to be too deeply involved with Prussia, Weaving said. Pope Ludwig's eyelids trembled slightly, and he looked at Weaving in confusion. His keen political sense made him detect a clue. There is no good meeting. Someone wants to make a fuss about him today. He glanced at Tubby pretending to be dead, Dussa lowered her head, and Gavin seemed to be drunk, with his eyes blank and in a daze. Among the four oracle priests, except for Vuan who spoke loudly, the other three all looked as if they had nothing to do with the matter. Interesting. Ludwig sat up straight and said with a smile, Vuan, in your opinion, where should the natural church go in the future? We are too close to Prussia. In the short term, we can expand our faith, which seems good, but it is not the case. Once Prussia stops or is forced to reverse, the church's situation will plummet. I suggest reducing contact with Prussia to prevent the church from being involved in the war. Well said, you have the potential to be the Pope. I am very optimistic about you, Ludwig said happily. Ah, this. Vuan's tongue was shaking, and he almost fell to the Pope. Thinking of the ambush that night, he was determined to overthrow him. I don't think so. Another oracle priest, Macari, spoke up, saying sarcastically, as far as I know, Weaving and Prussia were very close some time ago. I'm afraid that they suddenly cut off their relationship for personal gain. Individuals are individuals, and the church is everyone's church. Weaving's claim is not valid. Macari, you are right, you are more suitable to be the Pope. Ludwig nodded in agreement. The old man is trying to smooth things over. The three oracle priests cursed in their hearts, and seeing Ludwig's face, Weaving slammed the table and stood up. Your Excellency the Pope, I received an anonymous letter that mentioned your many collaborations with Prussian high-level officials. Each of them was bloody and affected the reputation of the church. I hope you can explain it, Baker said with a dark face. Weaving. What's going on? Isn't this my line? Before Weaving could speak, Baker took over his lines. Seeing Macari's voice on the side, he was even more puzzled. His heart tightened, suspecting that Senna not only invited him to be beheaded, but also took Baker and Macari as dogs. What did it mean? Let the three of them compete in the front, and whoever performed the best would stay. Weaving suddenly remembered that there was a loophole in Senna's oath. Yes, Senna would not shake his position and power, but she did not say that Baker and Macari could not. What a cruel woman. Weaving panicked, snatched Baker's microphone, laid out dozens of evidences, and criticized Ludwig verbally. The strong words and firm attitude made Baker and Macari unable to deal with him. The two looked confused and forgot that they had formed an alliance with Weaving. You did it? X2. I didn't. X2. Although they didn't know what kind of madness Vuan had, the more help the better. The two joined the group chat. The three Oracle High Priests denounced Ludwig's inhumanity and put a lot of evidence on the table. X4. Gavin was confused and didn't understand what happened. Tubby and Dussa looked at each other and chose not to speak. Senna frowned slightly, suspecting that Vuan had joined forces with Baker and Macquarie, and asked Wayne what to do. Let's wait and see. The three Oracle High Priests' trouble is a good thing for us. Wayne said he was not in a hurry, not in a hurry. The sun set on the river, the passing of time is like this, day and night. Senna didn't understand directly, so she translated it, patiently sitting by the river, waiting for the bodies of the enemy to float. The strong sun didn't rush to the river to fight. He waited patiently by the river day and night, watching the bodies of the enemy float up one by one. The three high priests of the oracle said a lot, and the evidence was irrefutable. In the end, they used the interjection "son of the beach." A son of the beach not only expresses his anger towards the Pope, but also reflects the helplessness of being in the situation from the side. It depicts the character's psychology in detail, shows the arc of the character's growth, and also plays a key role in connecting the past and the future. Ludwig looked at the three fools with interest. The evidence was all true. He had indeed done it. But so what? To be blunt, he wasn't targeting anyone, but everyone present was happy, and he wouldn't even frown when we were together. The exception is Senna. Behind him is the natural knight Wayne, who is his most feared enemy. Ludwig, after we have said so much, don't you want to make a quibble? You are deliberately framed, so don't worry about finding any charges. No matter what I say, it will be useless. There is nothing to quibble about. If you must say something, I have a message for everyone here. Ludwig stopped smiling and said expressionlessly, I am the Pope. One sentence choked Wei Wen and the three of them unable to answer. No matter what happens in the future, Ludwig is now the Pope and has absolute power in his hands. Ludwig, you are not a pious Pope. Tubby spoke slowly. Oh, the great prophet is also involved. Ludwig asked curiously, tell me, what prophecy are you going to distort today? It's not a misinterpretation, but a genuine prophecy. I saw the future. The church will perish in your hands. You sacrificed everyone to the devil. Tubby said coldly. Great prophet, you said that I can accept darkness and death, but I have never been in contact with the devils in hell. Ludwig's face turned cold, making up lies must be based on reality. I can allow your slander, but I cannot allow your ignorance. The great prophet did not lie. I also received the oracle. The current pope is the devil's minion. The Prussian devil container is inseparable from the current pope, Dussa said weakly. After saying that, he lowered his head. X2. Baker and Macquarie were shocked. They had been calculating for many days, but they never expected that everyone would open fire on Ludwig. The two of them were not naive enough to think that all the people present were friendly forces. After a little thought, they guessed that it had been planned for a long time. They subconsciously looked at Wei Wen, suspecting that he had attracted the great prophet and the saint. Wei Wen did not like his competitors and snorted coldly to show his tough attitude. Seeing this, the two became more convinced that Wei Wen was secretly causing trouble. As the Pope of the Natural Church, I am about to enter the kingdom of God. A vast future is in front of me. No one can surrender to the devil of hell. Don't say similar words again. I will pretend it didn't happen today. The scene was a little out of control, and Ludwig felt sullen, blaming himself for giving Changji a good look recently. Ludwig, it's better to say some things clearly, Senna said. Sina, do you want to join the game too? No, I do it for the reputation of the Pope and for the future of the entire natural church. Senna said calmly, the great prophet and the saint received prophecies and oracles at the same time. This matter is not that simple. In case people are distracted, we are constantly suspicious of the Pope, so why not clear up the misunderstanding today? Senna smiled slightly. Whatever evil intentions she had, it was all the master's task. What High Priest Senna said makes sense, we must make it clear today. Wei Wen immediately raised his voice, Ludwig, what's going on with prophecies and oracles? Please explain, what are the minions of the devil, and who do you serve? Absurd. Ludwig stood up and glanced at everyone, have you had enough trouble? I will leave the God's chosen continent. Sooner or later, the position of Pope will fall into your hands. There is no need to rush. You should consider who will be the next Pope zone. That makes sense. X3. Having said that, when are you going to enter the kingdom of God? Senna asked quietly. You make more sense. X3. The three weavings stared at Ludwig closely, and Baker said, you said you were leaving for almost a year. During this time, you have been strengthening cooperation with Prussia. What is going on? Prussia and did the devil make a deal? Were you the one who brokered it? Presumptuous. Ludwig shouted, his magic power surged, and a vast and unparalleled mental pressure suddenly dissipated. The situation in the Blue Dome suddenly changed, and the rippling lake surface stirred up the stormy waves. On the pillars, cracks exploded with crackling sounds, and thin black snakes swam away at high speed, and a few pieces of debris collapsed from time to time. Everyone's eyes flickered, and there was a vague illusion, as if the entire sky was shaking with Ludwig. Under this heavy pressure, they were like canoes on the sea, rising and falling under the huge waves rolled up by the storm. Suddenly, the tsunami rolled in, and they were about to be shattered into pieces in an instant. The minds of several people went blank, their bodies forgot how to breathe, and their thoughts were suffocated, almost collapsing. At this time, the gap in cultivation realm can be seen. Wei Wen, Baker, and McCurry looked the worst, alternating between blue and white, and almost couldn't breathe. Tubby and Gavin frowned. Although they were embarrassed, it didn't hurt. Dussa. How should I put it, she was intact and didn't feel anything. W omega omega TT kappa N. In the high-end round, she was just a silver mage and was not qualified to enter. She had no idea how powerful Ludwig was. The light in Senna's eyes soared, Mr. Pope, your power seems to be more than just a legendary mage. Do you really have a problem? Senna was stuffed with so much by Wayne that her foam was about to overflow. She was not affected by the strong sense of oppression. In the compressed packages she received, those who could perform like Ludwig were all the God-chosen knights in the other world without exception. Ludwig was even more powerful than William the Sun Knight. This was wrong. In the other world, she killed the church leaders to become the new pope, including Ludwig. If Ludwig was really so powerful, she would not have won after getting the elemental words. In the past 2 years, some changes have taken place in Ludwig. Pope, you've exposed yourself. Senna, you're the one who's surprising. You've actually seen the power above the legend. Ludwig narrowed his eyes slightly, and his fear of the God-chosen knights deepened again. Knowing that he was exposed, a ray of black light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his 5 fingers to seal the space where the entire natural church was located. You betrayed the church and intended to assassinate the Pope. No one can escape today. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 374. Buzz buzz buzz. Visible waves swept across the mountains, and the space where the natural church was located was isolated from the chosen continent. People inside could not go out, and people outside could not come in. This was Ludwig's power as the Pope, holding the key to the door. If he didn't nod, no one would think of leaving today. Kill them all. Everyone was amazed at Ludwig's decisiveness and ruthlessness, and even more surprised that he was really the devil's claws. Brothers just said it casually, but you took it seriously. Tubi and Dusa were the most confused. The fake oracle became the real oracle after being passed on. It was not a frame-up, but a judgment representing justice and fairness. Is there a possibility that Wayne was not talking nonsense, and he had already grasped the evidence that Ludwig was the devil's claws, and knew that no one would believe it, so he used the name of the fake oracle to make the truth clear? Dusa thought it was reasonable, Tubi would not, and the possibility of the Pope of the Natural Church apostatizing and turning to hell was very small, but it was not impossible. The reason is simple, and it can be summarized in one sentence: there is no God in hell. The 7 demon kings are the gods of hell, but they are not real gods. Theoretically, any devil can become a god, not limited to the 7 demon kings. Ludwig is only one step away from becoming a demigod. In order not to enter the kingdom of God too early and work for the goddess of nature, he suppresses his own cultivation realm and forcibly stays in the realm of the legendary wizard's half-step peak perfection. As long as he wants, becoming a demigod is not a problem. This thought lasted for more than 100 years. In the human world, Ludwig is the leader of the Church of Nature. In the kingdom of God, Ludwig is a lifelong wage earner. Even if there is still a possibility of moving up, he is destined to become a cow and horse because of the mark of the goddess. Either he rolls his colleagues to death or he is rolled to death by his colleagues. There is no future for wage earners. Even if he rolls the gods to death and replaces them, the result is the same. This road has been blocked. All efforts are not for himself, but to achieve the great glory of the goddess. Goddess, if you don't work hard, how can I defeat those little bitches? If the company is not listed, how can we get money to issue employee shares? How can we get capital to acquire the paradise next door? They have become multinational companies. Let me be more straightforward. In the human world, Ludwig is the Pope, but in the kingdom of God, he is just a small scoundrel. Ludwig certainly cannot accept the disparity in status. On the other hand, it is different in hell. With his demigod strength, he can replace one of the 72 demon kings and become a well-known small manager by switching to hell. After laying a foundation, relying on the authority of the territory, his own strength can take a big step forward. By then, he will become the 7th demon king, the great demon god, marry the Lord of Lust, and reach the peak of life. Everything can be expected. Yes, hell is also rolling, and none of the 7 demon kings are good. But hell can roll out the future, rolling for itself, not for the boss. This is a super high standard treatment that the kingdom of God and heaven cannot provide. The company of hell is really promising. There is hope to be a boss if you go there. It is said that the devil is good at deceiving people. Just by talking, legendary wizards will sell their souls to the devil. This is unfair to the devil. Legendary wizards are not easy to deal with. The devil has overdrawn its reputation for 10,000 years. How could the legendary wizards be fooled by them? It has nothing to do with the devil's eloquence. The legendary wizards are attracted by the resources of hell and are willing to be fooled by the devil for their own future. It was Ludwig's turn to choose. He stood at the fork in the road and walked towards hell without hesitation. His choice was unexpected, but also reasonable. Although Tubi was surprised, he didn't think it was outrageous. He felt that he didn't have this decisiveness and courage. He deserved that. He was just a great prophet, and Ludwig could be the Pope. Senna looked at Ludwig, who was about to kill him, in surprise, and asked in his mind, "You knew he was a devil a long time ago, so you let the great prophet and the saint falsely convey the oracle." Wayne. I said this was a coincidence, do you believe it? Wayne estimated that Senna would not believe it. How could it be such a coincidence? If he were not the person involved, he would not believe it himself. So he simply confessed, "My physique is quite special. Wherever I go, My enemies will become devils. I am not surprised that Ludwig is a devil's claw. I have been mentally prepared for it a long time ago. Excuse me, this is a physique that attracts devils, not turning enemies into devils. Senna is not the first one to say this. Mona, Hexunio, and Austin have all complained about it. Facts speak louder than words. Wayne himself believes it a little. Boom. Ludwig's sense of oppression is too strong. The terrifying momentum is like a bottomless sea hanging upside down in the sky. It is dark and overwhelming. Nothing can be felt except heaviness. Why Wen and the other two gradually couldn't bear it? They pulled down the void and took the lead in pushing away their own life force fields. The invisible fluctuations dispersed, and the three people were separated in their own worlds. The heavy pressure dissipated, and they finally got a chance to breathe. At the same time, Tubby, Gavin, and Senna also pushed away their own life force fields. The six people joined forces to open up a green sky, and the huge vitality pulled each other to jointly build a vast and magnificent world. The center of the world was Ludwig. His body was suspended in the air, and his vitality field was 3 meters in diameter. It seemed that he was suppressed by the six people and it was difficult to expand his world. Ludwig was calm and composed, while the six people who besieged him all looked solemn. They were unsure of Ludwig's depth, fearing that he had taken that step and achieved the terrifying realm of demigod. If that were the case, no matter how many legendary mages came, they would be useless, even if they were the best among the legendary mages. Ludwig looked at everyone with a dark face. Senna's guess was right. In the past 2 years, or more precisely, in the past year, some changes had taken place in him. He was no longer a pure human. He had transplanted the blood of the devil, half human and half devil. Once he set foot in hell, he would become a real devil. A long time ago, Ludwig and Prussia had been flirting with each other. It was unclear what the relationship was. At the beginning, it was to expand the number of believers and consolidate power while making some benefits. Warehouses cannot keep on catching fire. Taking private jobs to earn extra money is the kingly way. As the cooperation deepened, Prussia's appetite grew bigger and bigger. He mentioned the devil container and asked Ludwig to provide some technical assistance. Ludwig did not participate in the project, but he did not refuse directly. He sent the Helology knowledge seized by the Natural Church to Prussia to see what the prospects of the Hell project were. At that time, Ludwig was still in a wait-and-see state. He had the idea of going to Hell, but he had not made up his mind and regarded it as one of the options for the future. Later, he offended Wayne, the heir of the Natural Knight. He sensed a deep hidden murderous intention in Wayne, and the scale gradually tilted towards Hell. When he contacted the Prussian high-level officials, he helped them solve technical difficulties and met a devil among the 7 devil kings. An adult devil and a mature pope, both sides only talked about reality and did not draw cakes. Ludwig was determined to go to Hell. The devil provided Ludwig with a way, but first, Ludwig had to help open the door to Hell, and then there were all kinds of operations by Ludwig. Whether it was decentralization or guiding the Oracle High Priest to fight internally, they were all tricks for Ludwig to cover up his tracks. He never wanted to enter the kingdom of God, nor did he consider passing the position of Pope to anyone. The entire headquarters of the Church of Nature was his stepping stone to open the door to Hell. Ludwig calculated that the natural Knight Muir rarely traveled in the frozen continent, and when he did, he had to execute the oracle, so he would not come to the headquarters of the Natural Church. The heir Wayne was very talented and shrewd, but his only shortcoming was that he was young, and his potential needed time to be exchanged. It would take him 2.5 years to become a true natural knight, which was enough time to open the gate of Hell in the Prussian capital of Berlin. Ludwig planned everything and thought it was foolproof. He painted and listened to songs every day, and delegated power to guide the Oracle High Priest and the Prussian high-level officials to cooperate deeply, and tied everyone to this lightning chariot. The only thing he didn't expect was that there was a problem with the great prophet and the saint. The goddess, who had always been indifferent, suddenly issued an oracle. Ludwig didn't know whether the oracle was true or false. His intuition told him that the great prophet and the saint were lying, one talking nonsense, and the other talking nonsense, with the purpose of driving him out of power in order to regain his power. The possibility was as high as 99.9%. There is still 0.1%, Ludwig dare not gamble. If the goddess is serious, he continues to play dumb is equivalent to waiting for death. Can't wait. Kill all the insiders, and then strive for some time to open the gate of hell. From then on, the sky is high and the birds fly, the sea is wide and the fish jump, no one can restrain his pace of progress. Work for the goddess? Why, the goddess was just born a few thousand years earlier. Give him a few thousand years, dare to ask the goddess to work for him. Ludwig, at this point, you are no longer the Pope of the natural church. You are a sinner in the church. There is no need to talk about chivalry to deal with the devil. Deputy Captain Gavin, let's go together. The three oracle priests said one by one, standing on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at Ludwig. Insects are like this, the real smart people are silent at this moment. After all, at this point, everyone has nothing to talk about. Whether Ludwig is a devil or not, the knife is on their necks. Just do it. Humph. Ludwig snorted coldly, waved his hand and took out a sharp long knife from his sleeve. The blade was huge and easy to chop. He held the long knife and chopped forward. The unparalleled edge turned into a phantom like the sickle of the god of death. With the terrifying whistling sound, it became louder and louder, and the space was separated to emit a terrifying energy wave. The surrounding, the invading life force field was swept into the air waves like the raging sea. The mountains and forests collapsed, and the earth was split in two in an instant. Seeing this attack, Vuan's face changed immediately. Ludwig did not attack Tubby or Gavin, but chose to attack him first. What do you mean? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon? Vuan snorted coldly, let's go together, take him down quickly, so as not to have more troubles at night. Baker and Macquarie, two insects, lent a hand, neither fast nor slow, ready to use Vuan to fill his life and dampen Ludwig's spirit. Tubby protected the Saint Dussa, who had no power to resist, pretending that he could not leave. At the critical moment, Gavin rushed to the front. He hated weaving, but at the moment, the real enemy was Ludwig. With the night sword in hand, Gavin rushed towards the wind blade. At the moment of approaching, the edge of the Grim Reaper's sickle was divided into three, passing Gavin and rushing towards Weaving, Baker, and Macquarie. Weaving was the weakest in the field, and so were Baker and Macquarie. If Ludwig pinched them, he would be a soft persimmon. Rumble. Wherever the edge passed, the green mountains and forests shook violently like an earthquake, and three cracks extended down. As the edge grew larger and larger, it pushed open with the momentum of connecting the sky and the ground, and the natural chasm became an abyss, completely separating the closely connected life force fields of Weaving and the other two. The terrifying energy storm spread out, destroying the mountains and rivers beyond recognition. The hurricane rolled up endless dust waves, turning into a horrific natural disaster like a sandstorm, and directly submerged the location of Wen and the other two. Three figures blocked the hurricane, but were overturned by the impact of the sharp edge and retreated far away in embarrassment. Whether they can win or not, they will know after fighting. As soon as they fought, the three knew that they had nothing to do today. Tubby, who was guarding Dussa, had a red face, veins on his forehead and neck, and cursed him inwardly as an insect. Gavin was unable to help, and was too lazy to look back. He held the night sword and cut a sharp edge. The light was like lightning that illuminated the night sky, carrying bursts of thunder, and came to Ludwig in an instant. Ludwig raised his long sword and chopped it. While breaking the sword light, Gavin rushed in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and fought with him with the sword. In an instant, deafening roars continued, swords and shadows crisscrossed, the two fought for life and death, each using what they had learned in their lives, without any reservation. Gavin became more and more frightened, his eyes were full of green, and he turned into a slender elf without knowing when. Unlike other handsome elves, the elf he transformed into had a beard on his face and an unusually strong body. The night sword in his hand was as bright as a rainbow, and every strike was like thunder, stirring up a loud sound that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks. Behind Gavin, a hazy shadow descended, and the blurred figure exuded a strong pressure. As the night sword in Gavin's hand danced, the shadow's eyes opened, and the bright light made the sun, moon, and star city eclipsed. Divine art! How can it be as you wish? Ludwig's eyes flashed with fear, guilty as a thief, and he did not dare to face the shadow of the goddess of nature. He did not move, but the life force field around him hummed and trembled. The space where the Church of Nature was located stagnated, and the air solidified, as if time had stopped. Many mages could not sense the breath of life in nature. The grass and trees were close at hand, but they could not feel the real feeling when they touched them. In great shock, a group of people, led by the legendary mage, rushed towards the direction of the meeting hall. Halfway through, they were blocked by members of the church's Knights of Nature. The front was under martial law and no one was allowed to approach. This was Gavin's promise to Wayne, and the Knights of Nature maintained order at the scene. The camera returned to the center of the battlefield, and the goddess behind Gavin disappeared. The magic was broken without attack. No matter how he summoned, he could not sense the favor of the goddess. Gavin was shocked, but his sword was not chaotic and still had rules and methods. However, without the blessing of magic, his speed and strength were completely at a disadvantage, and Ludwig chopped him on the shoulder. The armor was broken, Gavin staggered back, and was shocked by the sharp edge attacking him, and he disappeared in the same place like teleporting. Ludwig did not chase him, but smiled and looked at the pale Gavin. How is it, do you feel that the goddess has abandoned you? What did you do? This is the inheritance of the Pope, the secret method passed down by each Pope, you are not qualified to know it. Ludwig said lightly, the black light in his eyes gradually became stronger, and his body shape changed slightly. He frowned and felt the influence of the 7 deadly sins on himself. Pride, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Perhaps because of his arrogance, Ludwig took the initiative to answer Gavin's doubts. Let you die knowing that the space where the headquarters of the Church of Nature is located is a complete philosopher's stone. All the information laws here were created by a living demigod. Without the sacrifice of this demigod, there would be no shelter for the Church of Nature. As the Pope, I hold this philosopher's stone and can control everything here, including your connection with the goddess. Ludwig became more arrogant as he spoke, and smiled contemptuously, you can only use my magic if I agree. If I don't agree, you will never see the goddess until you die. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Ludwig held a philosopher's stone. He was no different from a demigod if he was not a demigod. He looked at Gavin, whose face was ashen, and glanced at Tubi who was fighting wits and courage with the air. He ignored the 3 insects shrinking in the distance and looked at Senna who had not moved. High Priest Senna, you have seen the power above the legend, that is the realm of demigod. Can you tell me, is it Mr. Mura's power or Mr. Wayne's power? This is very critical, and it determines where Ludwig will go after killing everyone. It's my power, Senna smiled, and a strong confidence flashed in her eyes. This woman is a little abnormal, and her words cannot be believed. Ludwig snorted coldly, since you have seen the power of demigod, then feel my life field. Boom boom. Beside Ludwig, the life force field with a diameter of 3 meters turned into nothingness and disappeared in white. Black vines extended from the edge and spread in all directions, completing the expansion of the field at an extremely crazy speed. At first, there were only 8 vines, and the growth rate was amazing. When they broke out of the ground, there was a terrifying movement of an ancient dragon awakening from the abyss. They twisted their bodies and grew wildly towards the sky, almost covering the sky in the blink of an eye. The 8 black vines have rough skin and are covered with mottled and wrinkled textures, like 8 mountain-like black tentacles, shrouding the world in darkness. Countless tiny vines grow out of the textures, growing infinitely, unchecked, and madly devouring everything around them. Behind the performance is the suppression and influence of the life field on the life force field. The forest world constructed by the 6 people has become unrecognizable under the devouring of vines. Mountains collapsed, waterways stunk, trees were stained with dark black light, green dissipated, replaced by rotten and oppressive life. A world full of vitality, only a desolate ruins. In this doomsday picture, 8 black vines are the only masters, wantonly breeding and growing, wantonly invading and devouring, wantonly tampering with the original information, and turning the whole world into their own territory. Despair and helplessness flashed in the eyes of Wen and the other 2. They could not stop it, and they could not survive by holding together. They had to quickly move closer to Tubi and Gavin. The 5 people joined forces to save a habitat. The pressure of the sky falling down came, and the faces of the 5 people were very ugly. Ludwig has taken that step. He himself is a demigod, plus a philosopher's stone refined by a demigod, a full 2 demigods. 0.5 add 0.5 equal 1, they have become gods? Regardless of whether it is calculated this way or not, let's just say whether the equation is established or not. For the 5 people, Ludwig at this time is no different from God. They can give birth to children if they want them to. Your Excellency the Pope, I also want to go to hell. I also want to be a devil, but I just need Your Excellency the Pope to point out a clear way. Give me a chance. I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a devil. The 3 insects showed their loyalty, which made Gavin's face pale and tightened the knight's sword in his hand. Tubi and Dussa said nothing, their hearts were up and down, and they didn't know how to survive. They had seen Wayne and knew that the successor of the natural knight was nearby, but in just 1 year, no matter how talented Wayne was, he could not defeat the demigod holding the Philosopher's Stone. Besides, he didn't come, and only sent the spokesperson Senna, who didn't know where he hid. If it was at the church headquarters, it would be over. Everyone was surrounded by Ludwig, and there was no one to send a message for help. How is it, High Priest Senna, my demigod realm is stronger than the demigod you have seen? Ludwig raised his hands, intoxicated by the powerful force. No, you haven't become a demigod yet. They are still here, their life force field can still persist, this is not the performance of a demigod, you just have the ability to reach the demigod, but you haven't become a real demigod. Senna pursed her lips, intoxicated by the infinite joy of the body and mind, and said slowly, let me guess, you haven't taken that step yet, using the Philosopher's Stone to simulate the life field, right? Senna, you are too smart, you can't get the favor of the Knight Master like this. Ludwig did not refute, he did not take that step, because his realm attainments lacked some foundation, so he could not swallow the life force field of Gavin and the other 5 in one breath. No, it's not the time to take that step yet. Only when the gate of hell is truly opened, he will completely accept the blood of the devil and formally take that step. When doing business with the devil, you must be careful. By the way, beware of the kingdom of nature, so as not to be captured by the goddess and become a mule-kneeling tribe just after becoming a demigod. Although not a demigod, she also has the power of a demigod, and there is no shortage of life domains. Ludwig did not take Senna seriously, but just wanted to know how strong Wayne is now. He believed that Wayne was a super genius. A year ago, he was a silver mage, and now he is a gold mage. With the elemental mantra, his strength is close to that of a demigod. This is the limit, there is no reason to be stronger. Assumptions are assumptions, just in case, I still have to ask clearly. You are right, my Night Master does hate me, but I am a bad woman, which is a plus point. The cells in the body are infinitely happy. Senna almost couldn't hold it, and showed her true form on the spot. She quickly shut up, took a breath, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Ludwig, you are not a real demigod, there is no need for my Night Master to take action, I will take your head today. You. Ludwig chuckled, this joke is good, with a bit of pleasing warmth in the indifference, very serious and without any B-number. Traitor Ludwig, you have become the devil's claws, betrayed the goddess, and betrayed your own beliefs. Your future ends here. Stop talking nonsense, as if you have beliefs. I really do. Senna waved her hand to draw a black line, took out the elemental mantra from the portable space, and the surging breath of life spread out, wrapped around her body, and madly strengthened her momentum, spreading circles of energy shock waves visible to the naked eye in the sky. Elemental mantra. The power of the God-chosen artifact cannot be faked. While staring at several onlookers, Ludwig was also stunned. Everyone exclaimed that it was incredible, and they couldn't understand how Senna was qualified to hold the elemental mantra. It seems that she has also mastered the power of the elemental mantra. This is not the chosen Knight of God. Don't you understand? This is the reward of faith for my loyalty. Senna's mouth curled up, and the elemental mantra was raised above her head. Her beautiful body swelled in an instant, casting a large shadow in the air. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon descended, and the sea of magic tide surged. 4 color elements filled it. As the space rippled, a pair of dragon eyes slowly opened. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 375. The dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out in the sky, like dark clouds covering the sky, blocking the light of the sun and the moon, and making the sky dark. The domineering and powerful dragon power spread out, squeezing the space and making the air sticky. The magic tide rolled, revealing a blue sea, the scale of which was even more terrifying than that of Pope Senna in the other world. She was not fighting alone, and there was Wayne in her body. The azure projection fell from the sky, filled with 4 color elements, like a dream, so beautiful that Ludwig felt a chill. In front of his eyes, the dragon was nearly 300 meters long, and the white life armor wrapped the dragon body, and the green dragon's true color was not seen. The element mantra turned into a white sharp horn dozens of meters long, located in the center of the dragon's head, and the 4 color light of the elements wandered along the cracks of the armor, the energy ripples rhythmically, and every breath had a surging air wave spreading. The perfectly transformed dragon's eyes were cold, like 2 shining stars, with boundless majesty piercing people's hearts, shocking their souls and minds and making them dare not act rashly. In the mouth and nose, with the breath, the wind and fire waves rolled up, and under the turbulent airflow, invisible wind blades were cutting the surrounding clouds into pieces. Just one appearance, the invisible sense of oppression made Ludwig's face extremely ugly. He felt the power of demigod in the dragon. Like him, he did not have the realm of demigod, but obtained absolute power above the legendary wizard. How is it possible? Ludwig looked sinister. No one questioned the power of the god's chosen artifact. The elemental mantra allowed Senna to obtain the power of demigod. Of course, the problem was where Senna got the qualification. The god's chosen knight could give his power to his followers, which was fine, but this power had a limit, and Senna's change obviously exceeded the limit. Ludwig was still showing off his strength, and Senna showed off the same level of strength. He was slapped on his smug face, and it hurt so much. The 7 deadly sins were at work. Arrogance is unbearable, jealousy is unwilling to admit, rage means anger, laziness wants to get something for nothing, greed conveys desire, gluttony devours it, lust. Lust means this dragon is really good looking. The sharp horns of the elemental mantra on the dragon's head rhythmically breathe life, reshape the arrangement of the four elements, reorganize matter and add the power of life, and transform into lifelike dragon heads. From virtual to real, dozens of dragon heads roared and breathed out energy with completely different properties. Filled with huge magic power, the elemental mantra is used as a lever to pry the real world, blur the mirror ripples, and create this magnificent scene. It will undoubtedly take a lot of time for Senna to study dragon language magic by herself, and because of the inconsistency between the inside and the outside and the different environments, the projection form will also be very different. Wayne brought the answer from the other world, and Senna copied it directly. With the help provided by Wayne in her body, she was able to control the elemental mantra with ease, showing a power that was even more powerful than Senna, the Pope of the other world. The gorgeous magic array spread out, forming a continuous piece, rendering half of the sky. Suddenly, the world sank suddenly, and the huge pressure squeezed the space and spread out ripples. Dozens of dragon heads aimed at the life field below, without deliberately aiming at Ludwig, firing at full power, and saturation strikes covered the sky and the earth. The energy ball passed through the magic array and turned into a galloping beam of light pouring down. The colorful light distorted the space, stirred up the traces like ripples of water waves, destroyed the space collapse, and split the life field to form a series of intersecting abysses. Ludwig sensed the horrifying energy fluctuations, unwilling to sit and wait for death, raised his 5 fingers, and waved 8 black vines to roll up to the sky. The beam strangled the vines, which were as thick as mountains, and broke them into pieces. The rumbling black shadows fell from the sky, and more and larger black vines attacked the sky. Senna's power comes from Wayne and the elemental mantra. The 4 elements circulate and can also plunder the life field. The energy is almost endless. Ludwig relies on himself and the information in the Philosopher's Stone, which is mixed with the 7 sins of hell. It is a rotten nature, implying the withering of life at the last moment. The 2 strong forces collided, and the map cannon instantly gained an absolute advantage. With the resonance of Senna and Wayne's thinking, the 2 became more proficient in the mastery of dragon language magic, and the storm-like offensive took another step forward. Dozens of beams of light crushed and landed, annihilating everything that blocked them into nothingness. The elemental mantra extracted energy and led the 4-color light curtain to the sea of elements, turning it into Senna's energy to make the destructive power of dragon language magic more powerful. Ludwig's scalp tingled. He had never thought that a dragon could fight in this way, abandoning its powerful body and using pure magic power. It was surprisingly strong. In the distance, several insects who avoided fighting could not stand it. This woman is crazy. Will she kill us all in her killing mood? I don't need to think about it. She will definitely kill us. Without us, she will be the Pope with all the power. If I were her, I would kill my friends by mistake. The 3 of Bouen felt that Senna was unreliable. Seeing that Ludwig was fighting the dragon with all his strength and had no time to deal with them, they all asked to stand further away. Gavin had a dark face and didn't say anything. He couldn't stand the chivalry of being with this group of insects. The few people were too close to the bombardment range. The 3 of Bouen ran the fastest. They hugged each other, and the life force field cooperated with each other, and they killed a way out of the life field. Seeing this, Tubi chased after them decisively. It was warm with more people, and he also wanted to hug them. When it came to escaping, Tubi didn't even bother pretending. He left Dussa behind and ran away as fast as he could. Dussa looked at Gavin next to her with a pitiful look. The latter said that he couldn't bear to watch and said in a deep voice, "Go behind me and don't do unnecessary things." Gavin held the knight's sword in his hand, unwilling to leave the stage, and wanted to contribute his own strength. At this time, the situation was a little clear. Senna almost pressed Ludwig to the ground, but Ludwig had been in office for 100 years, and he was protected by the Philosopher's Stone. His own strength was also extremely strong. Gavin was worried that he still had a trump card, so he stayed on the sidelines waiting for an opportunity. Boom! With the energy breath of dozens of dragon heads, a bottomless black abyss crisscrossed the land, forming an extremely complex magic circle. In the other world, Pope Senna's 2 consecutive attacks were wiped out by Wayne before she could perform them. The power of dragon language magic could not be shown to the world. Wayne recorded the scene with his mind, packed it for Senna, and let her learn and master it. At first, she was a little unfamiliar, but soon she mastered the essence. But the aurora flashed, and the terrifying energy fluctuations shocked people. The space was twisted and mad under the impact of this energy, as if the entire life field was about to be torn apart. Not good. Ludwig was in the game, only concerned with resisting the energy beam, and did not pay attention to the changes below. Seeing that the magic circle had been activated and the devastating attack was about to come, he decisively took the Philosopher's Stone to the top, so that the space where the entire Church of Nature was located could withstand this attack. 8 tentacles rolled to the ground and arranged defenses around Ludwig. Stack the thickest armor. A huge beam of light shot straight into the sky. Its color was unpredictable, sometimes blazing like fire, sometimes deep and dark. Under the beautiful appearance, the energy fluctuations contained were extremely terrifying. Around the beam of light, the restless space was like a pot of boiling water, making a hissing sound. Tubby and others who were walking away felt a palpitation, their minds trembled, and they had a premonition of the shattering of space. The power of the legendary wizard was insignificant at this moment. They joined forces to forge a life force field and ran faster. Buzz buzz buzz. The aurora disappeared in an instant, and the terrifying energy was annihilated into nothingness, without causing an explosion that destroyed the world. It only wiped out the huge magic array on the ground, most of the life domain, and all the space within the coverage area. That's all. In the collapsed space, black turbulence ran wild, and the tentacles transformed from hurricanes spread out, hooking the surrounding space barriers, narrowing the distance between heaven and earth, and gathering this darkness until it turned into a black sphere. Pop! The sphere broke, and the space was restored to its original state. The life domain was fragmented, and the abyss was bottomless. Only the shape outlined by the original magic array could be seen. Most of the corrupt black vines were wiped out, and the rest were useless. At the end of their lives, they all rotted into mud. The real life domain is not just as simple as swallowing. The pollution ability is amazing. Demigods can create followers at will. Without considering the consequences, Tubby, Gavin, and others will not be able to escape, and they will all become the shape of Ludwig. The fact that they did not change can only mean that Ludwig's life domain is an empty shell, lacking the foundation of the realm. Gavin stood at the edge of the abyss, with Dussa closing her eyes behind him. The high-end game was too high-end, and the void was easily broken. It was not suitable for a novice like her to enter. Gavin looked up at the sky and saw 2 dark masses. One was a giant dragon that covered the sky and the other. The black sphere was suspended in the air, and the charred vines were constantly peeling off the ashes. There was a faint sound of metal friction coming from the inside. Crash! When all the ashes were peeled off, the black chains wrapped inside were revealed. These chains were transformed from the 7 deadly sins. As the chains returned to the information of the Divine Comedy, Ludwig appeared in Gavin's eyes in a new form. It was a black dragon, more than 250 meters long, with a strong physique, a huge head, sharp horns, and a gloomy metallic dark light. It was cold and dark, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. The dragon's eyes were scarlet, its mouth and nose spewed hot flames, its limbs were strong and powerful, and its dark wings danced with storms, turning into heavy chains of sin. The scales all over its body were as black as ink, exuding a strong smell of sulfur, as hard as iron, and shining with the luster of star gems. Dragon. Wayne was stunned for a moment. As far as I know, the only big demon king in hell who has a relationship with dragons is the Lord of Rage. Can Prussia's devil container also create dragons? As expected of Prussia, its black technology is the best in the world, which fits Wayne's stereotype of them. Roar, roar, roar. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, not even one male and one female. This female has a master, and she will only be in heat with Wayne. Looking at the dark dragon opposite, she felt that she was provoked, flapped her wings to beat the wind, and rushed up with a 40-meter-long elemental mantra. The black dragon was also very angry, waving its dragon wings to meet it. Ludwig failed to take that step. The bottleneck can be broken through, but it requires a quiet environment. He is not the protagonist and it is impossible for him to break through on the battlefield. Just now, in order to save his life, he chose to completely fuse the devil's blood. Good news, the Lord of Rage is serious, and the dragon blood is very powerful. Bad news, if you become a devil before entering hell, the Heavenly Father Church will come to your door at any time. This is in serious conflict with Ludwig's plan. He looked at the white dragon in front of him with hatred, and the 7 deadly sins attacked his heart. Rage, jealousy, and other emotions almost drove him crazy. Boom! The black and white figures collided in mid-air. The iron-hard defense was torn into pieces by the 40-meter-long elemental mantra-like paper. The white dragon's dragon horn pierced the black dragon's chest and raised its head to hold it in mid-air. The black dragon is 250 meters long, and the white dragon is nearly 300 meters long. It is these 50 meters that make the white dragon bigger than the black dragon by a full circle. Despite his strength, Ludwig was hammered by the hell black dragon he transformed into. The elemental mantra penetrated the black dragon's chest and stabbed out from its back, and large pieces of black, sticky, and extremely hot dragon blood fell like rain. The white dragon raised its head and roared, bathed in black dragon blood. Its sci-fi style body was stained with large black blood lines, showing its ferocity and dominance. A lot of blood flowed into Beilong's mouth along the life armor. She swallowed it, collecting the dragon's blood and hiding it in her body. The foam squirmed, and Wayne began to study dragon blood. He regretted that dragon blood smelled of sulfur and could not be used to purify the blood. Sci-fi and Veronica could not use it. The white dragon shook his head, and the elemental mantra tore open the wound on the black dragon's chest. Large areas of blood spilled into the air, causing the black dragon to roar in pain. 2 giant dragons were fighting in mid-air. The black dragon waved its wings, and the chains transformed from the 7 deadly sins divine comedy spread out from the ends of the dragon's wings, wrapping around the white dragon's neck and limbs like poisonous snakes. The venomous snake spitting out messages could not break the defense of the armor of life, and it was as lively as forging iron. It was originally impossible, but Wayne saw that it was quite difficult for him. He manipulated the elemental mantra to lower the defense of the life armor, and reluctantly accepted the takeaway. Ludwig didn't know that Senna was pregnant with one. When he saw the chain breaking the defense, he pursued the victory and pierced the 7 deadly sins divine comedy into the green dragon's flesh and blood scales, knocking all the power of hell into it. Senna, although I don't know what method your Night Master used to let you master the elemental mantra, the power of this hell is definitely beyond his ability. Enjoy the torture of the 7 deadly sins and become a slave of hell, Black Dragon. He spoke ferociously, his red eyes filled with ferocity and cruelty. He laughed and waited for the green dragon to turn black. His chest was bleeding, and the pain aroused his ferocity, making him even more manic and restless. After waiting for a moment, nothing happened. The green dragon is still the same green dragon. The life armor suddenly strengthens, cutting off the black chains, and sealing the green dragon's body again. Ludwig couldn't see it, couldn't distinguish it, couldn't understand it at all. Today's Senna is too evil. Nothing in her body is in line with common sense. First she controls the elemental mantra, and then she ignores the 7 deadly sins. She is as strong as a god of war. Ho 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 ho. The black dragon heard the angry roar, the world was spinning in front of his eyes, the wind roared, and his back hit the ground hard. A mouthful of hot blood surged into his throat, making his whole body tremble with pain. The white dragon raised its head, and the 40-meter-long sharp horn sliced from the black dragon's chest to the neck like tofu, causing one arm to hang down weakly, and the whole head drooped halfway. Black blood stains the earth's soil. Heat, pollution, and sin all work together, dyeing this remaining area of life black. The white dragon waved his head, and the 40-meter-long sword slashed around like a paper knife, cutting the black dragon's chest into pieces, and one of the dragon's arms was severed and thrown into the air. The brutal scene made Gavin's eyes twitch in the distance. He knew that Senna was a little crazy, but he didn't expect that she would look like this when she became crazy. By the way, is this the future Pope? Will it be a little inappropriate? Dussa behind her was already dumbfounded. She had never seen anything like this with the new saint. It was the first time that a dragon had been cut into pieces alive. Thinking back to the elegant beauty that night, I couldn't put the two figures together, but she wants to be such a big sister. Ho 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 ho. The white dragon slashed wildly with his sword. Seeing that the black dragon gradually lost resistance, he roared and opened his bloody mouth. The elemental tide surged, and dozens of dragon heads appeared one by one, aiming at the black dragon below. How cruel! Gavin thought it was inappropriate for children, so he stood in front of Dussa to prevent her from watching such a bloody scene, so as not to leave a psychological shadow on the saint and make her grow crooked in the future. Dussa put her head forward and raised her hands to cover her eyes. ////. Although, I just want to see it, and my admiration and respect for the big sister have reached the extreme. Senna is indeed very charming. Even Veronica, who is unhappy with her in various ways, has always fantasized about becoming such a majestic big sister. Boom. 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 After an intensive bombing, waves of dust rose up, and the black dragon's chest collapsed and turned into mud. Its head and body split apart, with only some mud barely connecting the two. The eyes on the head were dim and he walked peacefully. Because he was single and several hundred years old, he had no elders or younger ones, and his family members didn't make any fuss. A scream rang out among the blood. The surging breath of life gathered, and a naked man crawled out. Ludwig. I don't know what method was used to break away from the dragon's body and reshape the body. At this time, he was extremely weak, his skin was burned by the dirty blood of the black dragon, and his skin fell off, revealing pink-white flesh. Senna. Ludwig looked at the white dragon in front of him in horror. His desire for the elemental mantra reached its peak. When he saw the white dragon turning his head and looking down, his body teleported away. Disappeared. Along with Ludwig, the realm of life disappeared all over the place. Wayne saw the realm of life for the first time. Because it was fake and shoddy, he felt that it was just that, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The life domain disappeared, and everyone returned to the meeting hall. Bailong's huge body shattered the long table with columns, and the beautiful space was left shapeless. On the other side, the 4 insects saw that the Pope had shown his power and killed the blasphemous traitor Ludwig, so they put away their life force fields and came to show their loyalty. I choose Senna, she is the one everyone expects. X4. Whether the 4 had other ideas or not, they didn't dare to have any at this time. Senna ignored the group of insects, waved her wings and left the independent space where the meeting hall was located. Her huge body was suspended in the vast sky of the church headquarters, and the shadow of dragon power spread. The 40-meter-long sword on her forehead shocked the onlookers. The surging breath of life was the legendary god-chosen artifact elemental mantra. What a powerful dragon, is that the elemental mantra? Whose mount is this, Sir Knight? What happened in the meeting hall? Why did the Knights of Nature block this place? Where is the Pope? Hundreds of mages bowed and saluted, expressing their respect for the elemental mantra, looking at the white figure of the dragon going away, whispering to each other. Boom! The dragon landed, and dust and smoke rose. Senna turned into a human form, wearing white life armor, holding the elemental mantra in her hand, and her long hair dancing without wind, looking more like a god of war. She looked at the Pope's hall in front of her, her eyes flashing coldly, and strode towards the door of the hall. The space where the Church of Nature is located is still blocked. She can sense Ludwig's weak breath. Following the sense, she cuts down the many forbidden defenses and finds him in the back hall. Ludwig, wearing the Pope's white robe, stands in the magic circle. The magic circle has been activated, shining, reflecting Ludwig's shameless face and shadows. You look more like a devil without the hypocritical mask, Senna commented. Don't be too proud, you are not as good as me. Ludwig gritted his teeth, unable to hide his jealousy and resentment. If it weren't for your Knight Master, you would not be recognized by the elemental truth, let alone defeat me. Not necessarily. Senna thought of herself in the other world, and she was eager to move, just wanting to be consistent in appearance and inside to complete the double kill. Aware of the murderous intent, Ludwig held a long knife in one hand and a rough red stone in the other hand. Philosopher's Stone. The finished product made from demigods as raw materials is not the semi-finished products that Wayne encountered before. It has many uses. It can hold the headquarters of the Church of Nature by simply expanding a space. In the other world, Wayne did not see the stone. At this time, he became more and more jealous and thanked nature for the gift. Ludwig, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. You are no longer the Pope. Senna did not hide her thoughts. He, at this point, you are still dreaming. Ludwig's face was distorted, and blood dripped from his face. I will open the door to hell here, and all of you will become stepping stones for me to step into hell. Senna snorted coldly, not caring what the magic circle was, what effect it had, or whether it was a trap, and rushed towards Ludwig with a sword. Bang! The life armor and the magic circle's faint light collided with each other. Senna's forehead flushed slightly, and she took 2 steps back with a cold face. It was unusual that the elemental mantra did not split the magic circle at the first time. It's useless. This is the defense of the gate of hell. It is the absolute power of the heavenly seal. Except for angels, no life can enter, including your Knight Master. Ludwig sneered. Heaven. Senna squinted her eyes and looked at the magic circle. It did have some style of the Heavenly Father Church, but the form of expression was different, and the energy fluctuation was not consistent with the holy light she had seen. Go ahead, I added a new buff to you. Now the power of the Heavenly Seal is invalid for you, Wayne said. The power of the Heavenly Seal sounds mysterious, but he even entered the Archangel. Switching modes, this layer of defense can't stop him. Senna rushed out without hesitation. Ludwig laughed and waited for Senna to make a fool of herself. She didn't know how high the sky was. It was said that except for angels, no life could enter. Did she really think that she was special because she could use the elemental mantra? The Lord of Rage vowed that even the chosen knights could not break through this layer of defense. If they broke through, he would be willing to be eaten by the Lord of Gluttony. Ludwig's eyes flashed with a shadow, and he didn't hear the crisp sound of good head. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt his hand lighten, and he couldn't feel the Philosopher's Stone. Looking down, not only the Philosopher's Stone, but also his left hand was broken at the wrist, and the entire left palm was gone. What heaven-sealing power is nothing in front of the elemental mantra. Senna stood outside the magic circle, spread out the flames with 5 fingers, raised Ludwig's left hand, and sent the Philosopher's Stone into the portable space. This. Ludwig was extremely shocked, dumbfounded, and felt no pain, and said in disbelief, "The devil lied to me. No, you are an angel. Whatever you think. Senna didn't prepare to tell the truth, the shadow flashed, and she knocked Ludwig out of the magic circle with a sword, stepped on the pattern of the formation, and stopped summoning the seal of hell. In the corner, Ludwig's only remaining arm grasped the hilt of the knife, the blade deeply inserted into his chest, and he coughed up blood. The flame of life was already a candle in the wind. Seeing Senna approaching with a sword, wanting to finish off the knife, Ludwig's eyes flashed with hatred and indignation. You can't kill me, your Knight Master wants my life, he gave you the power to defeat me, you should leave me to him. Living for a while is a while, living is hope. Ludwig firmly believed that with his value, Wayne would not kill him casually. As long as he was given a little time, he could break through the demigod realm and go to anywhere is fine, the kingdom of God, hell, even the void. Swish. White light swept past, and the head flew up. In the air, white light flashed and interlaced, the head was shattered, and the mind was wiped out. After confirming that Ludwig was dead, Senna said, he has always been. I didn't kill you. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 376. A country cannot be without a leader for a day, and a church cannot be without a leader for a day. I support Pope Senna, she is the one everyone hopes for. In the temporary meeting hall, senior officials of the Church of Nature gathered together. Wei Wen slapped the table and stood up, glaring at Baker and McCurry. These two insects did not die of manslaughter, but became the hero of exposing Ludwig. It is really unreasonable. What do you see me doing? Wei Wen, put aside your thoughts of sowing discord. We are also absolute supporters of Pope Senna. If someone else becomes the Pope, McCurry and I will be the first to refuse. Haha, you are just afraid of the Pope's force. I am different. I bow down to her noble character. My loyalty comes from my heart. Son of the beach. The three oracle high priests quarreled, and the superiority of the parliamentary system was clearly demonstrated at this moment. Okay, stop arguing. You are all the oracle priests. How can you be so ridiculous? Senna sat on the Pope's chair, wearing life armor, with the elemental mantra on the table, and solemnly said, who is the Pope, and who can become the Pope, determines the future development and overall interests of the Church. It is a matter of great importance. It must be handled carefully, and there is no rush to make a decision, and it is not up to you three. Your Holiness, it is precisely because the matter is so important that an immediate decision is needed. The traitor Ludwig is a minion of the devil. His death will inevitably lead to bloody revenge from hell and Prussia. If the Church is in disarray and delays in electing a new leader, it will only cause greater sacrifices. Yes, the Church and Prussia are too deeply involved. The new leader must make a cut in time. Prolonging the separation will harm the future of the Church and the overall interests. For the sake of the overall situation, you should be the Pope. I have made up my mind, let's discuss it later. I would like to follow the Pope's order and discuss it later. X5. Tubi and Dussa join the team of yes men. Gavin. Isn't this already decided? Gavin watched this scene with a dark face. Senna had become the Pope's final decision. He had no right to object and could not find any reason to object. Gavin didn't like Senna. In his opinion, the four oracle high priests were all vying for power. They consumed the Church's resources internally for their own interests. The difference is that Vivian, Baker, and McCurry are more shameless, while Senna wants to be shameless, has a stronger personality, and is a well-known militant among the Church's top leaders. When she becomes the Pope, she will definitely break the agreement and launch an offensive against other churches with the banner of developing believers. Strictly speaking, this is not a qualified leader. but Gavin looked at the elemental mantra, and thousands of words came to his lips, but he couldn't say a single word. Senna's supporter is Wayne, the future natural knight. The goddess chose Wayne, and Wayne chose Senna, which is equivalent to the goddess choosing Senna. He only asked Wayne to put more restraint on Senna, so that he could restrain his strong personality and avoid a battle of faith between the church and the church. Deputy Captain Gavin, what do you mean by being so dark and silent? Steamed buns, are you convinced? I knew you were dishonest. Tell the truth. Do you want to be the Pope? It was the time when the three insects showed their loyalty. Seeing that Gavin remained silent, they felt very noble and decisively focused their firepower on him. You are noble, you are great, you are the only one who has the spirit of chivalry, we are all inferior to you, right? I have no intention of becoming the Pope, and I am also willing to support High Priest Senna. Gavin stated his position directly, interrupting the gathering of the three insects. This made the three of them quite proud, and they felt as if they were dragging Liang's family into the water. No matter how much you flaunt the virtues of chivalry, displaying a noble and arrogant attitude all the time, in the end, you will not be like us, succumbing to absolute punching power in a humble posture. Speaking of absolute punching power, Wei Wen and the others subconsciously glanced at the elemental mantra on the table. Ludwig expanded the realm of life, held the Philosopher's Stone, became a demigod and also possessed the form of a black dragon from hell, which was hopelessly powerful. Senna and Wayne shouted about love, bond, etc., used their combined skills, and rushed forward to kill Ludwig. Of course, in the eyes of others, the mysterious nature knight never showed up from beginning to end. He only gave the elemental mantra, and Ludwig of Demigod X2 was killed. If you don't support Senna, who else can you support? To put it simply, it's absolute punching power. Seeing that the always arrogant Gavin also chose to support her, Senna raised a slight smile on her lips and raised her hand to brush the elemental mantra, feeling that her life had reached its peak. The support of the insects is dispensable, and the loyalty of the powerful knights is not worth mentioning. They will help whoever wins. Gavin is different. He only stands for justice, and is a knight with strong principles. Senna still remembers Gavin's indifferent attitude when she greeted her before. Looking back, Senna felt comfortable all over and just wanted to add another big battle after the big one. It's a pity that she can't fight now. Today's meeting is very important, and Wayne is not in her body. In the dark realm of the Papal Basilica, he is prying Ludwig's safe. I won't say any more nonsense. The selection of the Pope is of great importance. Ability, strength, and moral character are all indispensable. Not everyone is qualified. But now the Church has one foot on the edge of the cliff. There must be one. The strong acting Pope stepped forward to take charge of the overall situation. Senna made an impassioned speech, and after making 3 concessions, she reluctantly became acting Pope and presided over the overall situation of the natural Church. Everyone was convinced and praised him for being indifferent to fame and wealth, not greedy for power, responsible and selfless, and sacrificing for the public good. He is indeed a model of chivalry. It is an honor for all members of the Church to have such an acting Pope. With the coming of the acting Pope, the Church will naturally be peaceful. With the coming of the acting Pope, there will be a clear sky. Gavin. If you want to fart, just fart properly, don't mess with the spirit of chivalry. Ludwig's death cannot be spread. The church headquarters is located in Austria, and there are also a large number of believers in Prussia. This is the base. Once Prussia's revenge is provoked, the most urgent task is to immediately rectify the remnants of Ludwig within the church. Weaving, Baker, and Macari, you 3 are responsible for handling this matter. I will assign a clerk to record it. In an emergency, whoever dares to make a small move, I will send him to see Ludwig with the elemental mantra. After cleaning up the remnants of Ludwig, We will cut off ties with Prussia. The church must not be dragged into the abyss by this crazy chariot. Senna issued orders one after another and warned, Weaving, Baker, Macquarie, you three have also cooperated with Prussia. I will give you a chance to make meritorious contributions. Don't let me down. The three of them were immediately trembling with fear, and their acting skills were better than each other. While shouting loyalty, they were grateful with tears. Saint Dussa and Great Prophet Tube, you two have made contributions in reporting the traitors, but this is your job, and I will not give you any additional rewards. You will remain the same as before, is that okay? Senna said with a smile. The Pope is joking. I just conveyed the prophecy, how dare I take credit for it? Tube nodded happily, and Dussa showed a happy face. The acting Pope kept his word and fulfilled their demands. Deputy Captain Gavin, the recent order and stability of the church is of vital importance. I will not give the knights time to rest. I hope you are mentally prepared, Senna said. It is my job. I will lead the knights to stabilize the order. Gavin nodded. A woman who is resolute and swift may really become an excellent pope. He thought of something and said, Your Holiness, it's not a big problem to conceal the news of Ludwig's death for a short period of time, but once the Church and Prussia cut off ties, the other party will soon notice it. At that time, what should the Church do? Gavin was worried. Once the Church of Nature was targeted by Prussia, other churches would definitely watch the fun happily on the sidelines, and they might even come to get benefits. If Senna counterattacks strongly, both sides would suffer losses, and the Church of Nature would inevitably suffer heavy losses. If Senna tolerated, she would sacrifice more interests, and the Church of Nature would still suffer heavy losses. How to solve this problem? Ludwig is involved in hell, and Prussia is equated with the devil. I will find a way to contact the Holy See of the Father and let them contain Prussia, Senna said lightly. Can it work? We don't have a good relationship with the Church. They will definitely take some time to join the game. It's feasible. Senna nodded firmly. Wayne said that he had a way in the Father's church. Although it was not a legitimate way, it went straight to heaven. The Pope dared not neglect it. Wayne said it was okay, definitely okay. Then other churches. It's also feasible. Pontifical Hall. Dark area. This space is Ludwig's private warehouse. He has been in office for 100 years and has many treasures. It is like the treasure house of the dragon. After the brave man killed the dragon, he naturally inherited the dragon's legacy. Gold coins and princesses. Career and love. It's a pity that Ludwig is single and has a very decent private life. His secretaries are all men. Wayne can only inherit the career, not the love. It has been 2 days since the previous pope died suddenly. Acting Pope Senna was busy running around and passed by the house 3 times without entering. Wayne took care of the house for him and gained a lot. Wayne sat on a hill of magic props, feeling that confiscation was really profitable, and the efficiency was many times higher than robbing. Recalling the past, the glorious years, looking at the present, there is a long way to go. He had a big gold chain and a small watch, and a bunch of magic props hung on his body. He was filled with infinite emotion and couldn't help humming, I am worried about the hatred of the country and my heart is sad. The hatred is like the ocean and I will never forget it. I don't know when I will get what I want. Below the hill, there were 2 secretaries who were busy all the time. The 2 sorted out the files and archives and piled up another hill. The hill of paper files recorded what Ludwig had learned throughout his life. In addition to magic, there were also a number of experimental data summaries, which were extremely precious and were regarded by Wayne as the biggest gain of the strip. Experiments are equal to cultivation, and they are extremely efficient. Wayne got these data, which is equivalent to picking up experience pills. Ludwig is only 1 step away from being a demigod. he has a unique understanding of the evolutionary roots of the void, hell, and the kingdom of God. It is conceivable how much experience he has provided. Oh, there is also a philosopher's stone. Wayne pulled up his pants and threw it to Senna, letting her take charge of the church. Because of too much experience, the two secretaries were simply too busy, and Wayne didn't trust outsiders, so he specially called Regina's sister Nelson over and prepared to train her as a secretary. Not her secretary, but Senna's secretary. Nelson looked at the back of the man who was worried about the country and the people on the hill, listened to the melodious sad melody, and his eyes were full of little stars. Worship.jpg. Everyone has a strong man in his heart, and admiring the strong is instinctive, and Wayne is the strong man who deserves it. In Nelson's eyes, the Pope is high above and can never be touched, and the knight of nature is even higher, comparable to a godlike existence. Natural knights do not become popes, but whoever they want to become pope can become pope. Senna is the best example. She was promoted from the oracle high priest to the acting pope. She only needs to wait for a ceremony to become the pope. Natural knights are not only powerful in themselves, but can also give powerful powers to their followers. Nelson saw it with his own eyes and envied his sister's secretary job. If it were someone else, Nelson would envy her for a while, but when it came to his sister Regina, he couldn't help but have ideas while envying her. She also wants to improve. Good sister, for the sake of the same mother, help her sister. Nelson didn't know Regina's situation, and the latter didn't explain the tragedy of dying once. One wanted to be a secretary, and the other insisted on refusing to agree to anything. The sister's boat was shaky. Regina was naturally happy to help her sister, but the situation of the spirit of vengeance could not be replicated. What could she do? She couldn't kill her sister with her own hands and torture her to death with resentment, right? If Nelson can't become the spirit of vengeance, there are only two ways for him to improve. One is to follow Senna's path, and the other is to follow the path of wings. These two paths lead to the same destination, and they are all whipped by the sleeping man in the end. Regina feels unreliable. It's true that the boss is a good person, but his private life is too chaotic. His heart is broken into. How many parts is it broken into? Regina counted on 10 fingers and gave up. God knows how many parts Wayne's overflowing sympathy has been broken into, but she can't count it anyway. Knowing this, he still recruited his sister. Isn't this pushing people into the fire pit? No, absolutely not. Someone sang that those who can't get it are always in turmoil, and those who are favored are fearless. This is the situation of the two sisters now. Nelson wants to improve, but the turmoil continues. Regina has improved, and for the sake of her sister, she pushes people away. That is to say, they are real sisters. Otherwise, Regina's tough attitude and inability to give a reasonable explanation would have been labeled by Nelson as a person who eats alone. Of course, things are not much better now. The two sisters are in a cold war, and Odelia intervenes as a third party and becomes Nelson's new sister. The new sister's motives are impure, and she is chasing her motives. Nelson is kept in the dark and only knows that the new sister only feels sorry for her and is a good sister. Le.jpg. Wayne looked down at the three people competing in tea art and almost died of joy. Forget tea, he has made up his mind, Nelson will become the assistant secretary of the new pope. Speaking of Senna, Senna is here. The pope wore a white robe, which was light in texture, simple and elegant in cut, and fit the lady's figure. It was both solemn and revealed a kind of transcendental and pure. The collar and cuffs are embroidered with noble golden patterns, and the hem of the robe also has a simple pattern symbolizing the church of nature, which means the reincarnation of nature and the immortality of life. Clothes make the man. Senna's manners and temperament are already 1 in a million. With the background of the Pope's robe, her charm is epically enhanced, and her elegance has a bit more solemnity and sacredness. That is to say, Veronica is not here, otherwise he would have to gurgle when saying anything. Gulp, X4. Wayne swallowed his saliva and found that it was 4 sounds, and immediately cast a contemptuous look at the 3 secretaries. What are you 3 greedy for? Do you have a motive for committing a crime? Can you create a murder scene? The 3 of them lowered their heads one after another. The medium-sized style could see their toes, their faces flushed, and they were a little embarrassed for a while. Senna looked normal, and did not stop when passing by the 3 people. Her strong and perfect posture made Ottilia cry out that she couldn't stand it. She, a woman, was greedy, so Wayne was almost greedy. The bandit army is strong, so we must find a helper. One is not enough, we need 2. Ottilia looked at the twins in front of her. They had the same body and face, but they lacked a brain. With these 2 guarding the law, there was no need to worry about big things. Your Excellency the Pope, why are you here? I hope you don't take it to heart if I fail to welcome you. Wayne bowed and saluted. Senna narrowed her eyes and molded a throne with her mind. After sitting on it, she patted her legs. I remember you are a priest of the church, right? To be precise, a first-level priest. Little priest, do you know the consequences of offending the Pope? Senna patted her long legs with a meaningful smile. The 2 of them were having fun, and the 3 secretaries on the sidelines were also part of their play. 2 minutes later, Wayne raised his hand to interrupt and stop the small drama in time. No matter what, Ottilia is his official girlfriend. Flirting with his lover in front of his girlfriend makes him look like a scumbag. Pope Senna, are you done with work? No, I will be very busy for some time in the future. Senna shook her head slightly and glanced at Wayne with resentment. Who was she busy for? As a result, she worked overtime for 2 consecutive days and nights, and didn't even get a condolence. She also wanted to take the opportunity to talk about business. Wayne knew what she was thinking and apologized. After all, I am the heir of the night. It is not good to interfere in the internal affairs of the church. If people see it, they will gossip, which is not conducive to your work. As he spoke, the throne was already under Wayne's buttocks. Senna was the Pope, and she certainly couldn't stand it. She leaned on the whip to hold Wayne's neck, her beautiful eyes misty, and she didn't care that there were 3 secretaries present, and she made a move on Wayne. Let's talk about business first. Wayne held Senna down and took a breath slightly. What is the situation in the church? Is there anyone who doesn't obey your management? Leave the troublemakers to Vaughan, Baker, and Macquarie. They are all Ludwig's old subordinates. They know what to do and the conflict will be transferred to them. Senna replied. How to deal with the internal affairs of the church is a question that the Pope should consider. Wayne did not intervene from beginning to end. Senna made all the decisions. He was only interested in the warehouse. Not only Ludwig's warehouse, but also the warehouses of the 3 oracle priests Vaughan, Baker, and Macquarie were within his plan. These 3 guys are in a mess. The only difference between them and Ludwig is that they don't have the courage to cooperate with the devil. Wayne whispered in his ear. Senna smiled slightly. They are still useful now. When the external situation stabilizes, I will naturally deal with them. Senna knew the 3 oracle priests very well. It was not appropriate to call them insects. If it were not for the special nature of the great prophet that no one could replace them, she would have wanted to deal with Tubi together. Of course, this is all later. The 3 oracle priests are loyal and do the dirty work without complaint. Senna needs them to be the villains. When the public resentment boils, it is the best time to deal with the villains. Wayne nodded secretly. With Senna's intelligence and skills, he didn't need to remind her. It would be ugly to say too much, which would make the female pope believe in male favorites and wantonly persecute the loyal people in the church. Senna explained the arrangement for the church in concise language, and then thought and transmitted, Ludwig's betrayal should not be underestimated. No one dares to make a big deal out of it. The saint has reported the matter to the goddess, and the result is, the goddess doesn't care, right? You know. Otherwise, since I dare to give you the elemental truth, I will naturally take these into consideration. Wayne touched his chin. In the eyes of the goddess of nature, he is the co-chosen of the three gods. An unapproved passerby picked up 3 divine artifacts at the same time. There are too many doubts. Not only the goddess of nature, but also the goddesses of the sun and moonlight expressed their concern. Delane said that the moonlight goddess recognized Wayne's identity as the chosen knight of God, and that he was the chosen one, and asked Delane to take good care of his successor. When it came to nature and the sun, the results would probably be the same. As for the dark goddess, she had more information, and coveted the body chosen by the 5 gods, so she came down in person and performed a free gift. Later it was proved that the dark goddess did not give it away for free. Even though Idnis was in the shape of Wayne from inside to outside, she could still maintain herself and jump back and forth between her followers and the goddess. The dark goddess got what she wanted, and Wayne should have been tricked. These old witches have lived too long, and Wayne can't do anything with them. He no longer naively believes that he can pollute them, and instead uses his rarity to seek more benefits from it. According to the oracle conveyed by Dusa, the goddess approves of the rebellion, and it is natural for me to become the pope. Senna frowned. I'm not sure whether the goddess has seen through my life essence. Will this cause trouble to you? If the goddess arranged for the saint to find me, it means that she has seen through it, but obviously, Dusa did not knock on my door in the middle of the night. Wayne shrugged. That's because you have been staying in the Pope's palace, and Dusa can't find you. Senna rolled her eyes. Wayne nodded. It's possible. I'll take a walk tonight and see if I can run into her. Are you serious? Try it out, just in case. What if she wants it? Give it to her. If she wants it, the old one won't go away, and the new one won't come. We don't need that 100 million points. Senna rolled her eyes, not sure if Wayne was serious or just trying to piss her off. She turned to talk about the contact with the Heavenly Father Church. I got in touch with the church and reported your name. They take it very seriously and are willing to cooperate with the Church of Nature. It should be so. Wayne nodded. There are too many places where the gates of hell can be opened. The Papal States are short of manpower and will not choose to act recklessly. Cooperation with the Church of Nature must be put on the agenda. Seeing that Senna still had doubts, Wayne said, I am familiar with the Papal States, but not that familiar. Compared with the beautiful and charming Pope, the Pope is just an old man. My attitude is very clear. I stand on your side from beginning to end. Senna nodded. In this way, she had no taboos and could use the Papal States as a gun. She glanced at Wayne with a smile in her beautiful eyes. I was promoted to Pope. One of the 4 oracle high priests is vacant. I want to promote a confidant. What do you think of my student Sci-fi? Not very good. The Dark Knight will come to find trouble. Wayne shook his head. The environment of the church headquarters is too bad, and you are a strong and bad woman. I am afraid that the teacher will be led astray by you. Choose someone else. She is just a fool. She doesn't have the ability to learn. How can you talk like that? That's your mother-in-law. Do you want to be beaten? Wayne raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Senna did not give in and insisted on labeling Sci-fi as a fool, he reacted instantly and almost fell into Senna's trap. She really wanted to be beaten. Wayne rolled his eyes and pointed to Nelson below. She is very good. She is the high priest of the oracle. Senna was surprised. She was too bad and not suitable. Ah, I am the high priest of the oracle? Nelson was shocked. The responsibility is too great and she doesn't have the ability. What are you thinking about? I promised to introduce her to a job. She is one of us. I will train her well. Ah, I can do it. Nelson had a grimace on her face. Although she had great responsibilities and insufficient abilities, she had to be brave enough to face every challenge in life. She wanted to test her limits. "Sir Knight, Sir Sister, give me another chance. I understand, I will love her well." Senna looked at the face that was exactly the same as Regina's and secretly said something interesting. "If you don't understand, just ask, is this one of our own people, or is it one of our own people who is on the list for assessment? Why do you have such a rich imagination?" Wayne interrupted Sena's thoughts. He had a bad reputation outside because people around him always misunderstood him. Sci-fi is not good. She is not suitable. There are not many trustworthy people in the church headquarters. Otherwise. Senna blinked. "How about you become the high priest of the oracle?" Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 377. I can't be the high priest of the oracle. You know me. My journey is in the stars and the sea, and power will only limit my progress. Wayne shook his head. Beauty won't restrict your steps, Senna chuckled. On the journey, there are always some beautiful scenery that make you forget to leave. There is nothing we can do about it. Wayne solves problems skillfully, but Senna wants to tie her to his side and make rough work. You can say it bluntly, there is no need to be so tactful. Senna explained, the vacancy of an oracle high priest has given many people ideas. I don't want to give away the power. I want a strong person to make them give up, so I chose you. Take a temporary job. Yes, the titular oracle high priest. Then I'm fine. Wayne nodded repeatedly. He had status, and was paid without having to take responsibility. This kind of good job was the most suitable for an insect like him. Moreover, Wayne really needs a high-profile identity. Get it done as soon as possible. I want to pay a friendly visit to the Dark Church as the Oracle High Priest. You are responsible for making arrangements and finalizing the specific time. Do you really miss that woman that much? Senna was unhappy. No, the situation over there is a bit complicated. I want to go and take a look. It has been 3 months since Anastasia returned to the Dark Church. One of the 2 bodyguards accompanying her was capable of carrying and fighting, and the other was not a fuel-efficient lamp. If they haven't found anything after so long, they must be in trouble. If she was bolder, Idnes deliberately held back, not wanting Anastasia to find out the truth. Most of the problems of the natural church have been solved. Almost all the conflicts have been concentrated in Prussia, involving the gates of hell. The crisis cannot be underestimated. Wayne decided to go there in person and discuss with the Dark Pope Ivan during the day and the Dark Saint Anastasia at night. First, he would solve the hidden dangers of the Dark Church, and second, he would help the 3 religions join forces to besiege the powerful enemy Prussia. Seeing that Senna still didn't believe it, Wayne thought and packed up a few pictures and sent them over, which made the latter quiet down. The god of storm and thunder. Sky goddess. Senna frowned and looked at Wayne. Goddess, your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. What is the way to the Holy See? Could it be some angel? Although the reasoning process was wrong, the correct result was obtained. Wayne smiled, said nothing, and asked Senna to arrange everything as soon as possible. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder and always feels like he has long nights and dreams before things are done. Senna nodded and was about to get up, then sat back down again, took out the elemental mantra and placed it in front of Wayne. I don't need it now. Having said that, his eyes lingered rather reluctantly. Leave it here, I don't need it, and neither does Mullah. Wayne shook his head and asked Senna to stop focusing on work and spend more time studying the elemental mantra, trying to understand it thoroughly. Even without the blessing of the elemental mantra, she can also use dragon language magic as she pleases. By the way, teach him these principles. Students of students also want to get guidance by words and deeds. There is a huge amount of information inside the elemental mantra, just like the philosopher's stone that Wayne gave to Senna. He got the information law but was unable to make good use of it. He would only round it up and throw it out. Although it is incredibly powerful and can still crush people to death, he is not satisfied with the status quo and wants to truly master this knowledge. Thinking of this, the faces of Philomena and Anastasia appeared in front of Wayne's eyes. They were both excellent problem makers. They couldn't just let them move, they had to move. The same goes for the sky goddess Sarothea. Although she is a fool, she has magical talent. Information about storms and thunder depends on her. Senna took back the elemental mantra with great joy. The more she looked at Wayne, the happier she felt. She felt a sense of satisfaction at being pampered. She squinted her eyes and said, "I will arrange your itinerary. You are on a mission to the Dark Church as the Oracle High Priest. Remember, be restrained outside and don't touch the Dark Saint. If someone sees it, it will affect the church's reputation. How can you call it a move? It's obviously a challenge to your own weakness. Speak." Snort. Seeing that Wayne was silent and deliberately wanted to discredit the church, the Pope was furious and opened the hem of his robe to teach the disobedient Oracle High Priest. She also wants to challenge her weaknesses. You are crazy, you are the Pope. Wanting to perform the magnanimous courtesy of a gentleman in broad daylight, Wayne was frightened by Senna's madness and hurriedly held her down. There are many people here. I will kneel down to you when I get back to the house. You three, get out. Senna looked down with cold eyes. This Pope wants to discuss important church matters with the Oracle High Priest. These are not things you can listen to. The deal didn't work out. Wayne blasted Senna away, scolding her for her audacity and spanking her 3 times as punishment. Because the negotiation was not successful, the artistic girl's face looked much better, and at the same time she was even more afraid of Senna. The old witch wanted to have an identity and be beautiful, and she wanted to be so embarrassed and flirtatious that she was more of a succubus than a succubus. She is definitely no match against her on her own. For a moment, the eyes looking at Regina were extremely eager. Regina was so scared that she thought of something and tightly protected her sister behind her. I'm warning you, the boss has spoken, so you are not allowed to make any decisions without permission. A good position is yours. That night, Wayne was wandering outside the Basilica of the Saint, wandering around like a gangster, and almost had a few words from the luminous script written on his face. Dussa didn't show up, and Alex, his brother, grimaced and chatted with Wayne for half an hour. Looking at his sacrificial spirit, he was obviously prepared to stand together with the Windsor people. Wayne left with satisfaction. As for Dussa's performance of avoiding the plague god, she did not receive the same oracle as Anastasia. This is good news. Good news should be shared together. Wayne changed his way to comfort the hard-working female pope. There were too many people during the day, which made the pope lose face. Now he knelt down, hoping that the pope would forgive the past and not make things difficult for him at work. The female pope was still upset about the scene during the day. She put on the papal robe and trampled on Wayne's dignity. 10 days later, March 15th. Wayne was officially awarded the position of the Oracle High Priest. Pope Senna personally conferred the title on him. The church's senior officials came together, and the 3 Oracle High Priests also expressed their friendly attitude towards their new colleagues. It's not okay to be unfriendly. This is a natural night. On the day of the conferment, Wayne received the mission to the Dark Church for a 10-day visit. Ivan, the Pope of the Dark Church, expressed his warm welcome in his reply. He had to welcome him, as he was the lover of the goddess. The itinerary was set, and they set off immediately. Wayne went to the airport with light luggage, leaving Odelia and Regina behind to study with Pope Senna and practice their secretary skills diligently. It took a total of 5 hours, most of which was spent at the airport. The poor flight environment made Wayne complain again, and he felt very wronged that he didn't have a luxurious private plane. Worse still came. It was mid-March, and for the Ross Federation, spring had just begun, and the ice and snow had not yet melted, only the temperature had warmed up a little. The earth was covered in silver, and the trees on both sides of the street were covered with crystal-clear icicles. The red walls, golden roofs, and white snow formed a picture together, and the ancient buildings were matched with the snow scene, which had a unique flavor. The locals could not understand Prussian, but on the contrary, they spoke very well in Prussia. The Franks could not envy this. The street scene of the Roshi Federation is beautiful, but the cold wind seems to freeze people's bones, which is very unfriendly to ordinary people. Pedestrians wrapped themselves tightly in heavy winter clothes, shrunk their necks, and hurried on their way, fearing that they would be caught up by the cold behind them. The cold is like a cold-blooded monarch, ruling this vast land and exerting the most cruel autocratic power. Wayne is the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. He arrived at the Roshi Federation as a church envoy, accompanied by more than 30 people. The scene was really big. The dark church showed respect, and the specifications of the airport reception were also quite grand. Agents of the Roshi Federation could be vaguely seen around the airport. The official paid close attention to the meeting between the two churches. This is the God-chosen continent. Although the Roshi Federation has red blood in its body, it still respects faith. For example, the Heavenly Father Church also has a status in this land. In general, except for the Heavenly Father Church, the other 5 mainstream churches are very low-key. At least on the surface, they are very low-key. The 2 churches of darkness and death are the most low-key. The former is low-key in behavior and habits. They go to the North and South Poles, where there are few people. The latter disappears collectively. There is no big base, only scattered small gatherings. The momentum depends entirely on the grassroots believers for love. The dark church has a pope and a saint, and has always maintained contact with the outside world. The death church is completely secluded. The pope and the saint have not appeared for many years, and even the church headquarters has moved. Currently out of contact. The leader of the dark church who came to pick up the plane is also an oracle priest named Varvara. She looks about 40 years old, and she still has the charm of a black robe. The mature female charm is extremely moving. Wayne is a little confused and doesn't understand what Ivan means by arrangement. In Ivan's opinion, he should be the little white face of the goddess of darkness in the world. Arranging a big sister to pick up the leader's mistress at the airport is deliberately looking for bad luck. Wayne was full of doubts, and Varvara was also full of curiosity. Before coming, Ivan had specially instructed that Wayne's identity was extremely special and must be warmly entertained. Ivan's face was very strange when he spoke, with entanglement, helplessness, disgust, anger, and a bit of respect and fear. Such a complex expression could appear on a face at the same time, which made Varvara curiously ask who Wayne was and worthy of the Pope's careful treatment. He never got a satisfactory answer. Ivan felt bitter, but he didn't dare to say it. Even if he saw the daughter of the saint and Wayne flirting, he didn't dare to speak loudly. He had a hard time. "Mr. Wayne, welcome to your visit. The Pope is hosting a banquet at the headquarters. I hope you can enjoy your trip." In the back seat of the imported high-end black car, Varvara smiled and looked at Wayne. He was ordinary and nothing special, and it was nothing like what she imagined before she came. It was a very ordinary young face, and I really didn't see anything special. So, where did Ivan's fear come from? "Ms. Varvara, is there something on my face?" "Sorry, I'm being rude. I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Wayne looked strange. This was such a bad conversation. Could Varvara be a professional diplomat? Probably not. Not to mention that the dark church is a legitimate church. In addition to the dark goddess at the top, the Pope and the saint have extremely high moral qualities. With two role models in front of them, the people below will not grow up to look like the natural church. Moreover, Varvara is a legendary wizard. Her status and position are there, so she won't turn diplomacy into a humanistic feature. Realizing that she was a little rude, Varvara returned to normal and politely conveyed the welcome of the Dark Church and the enthusiastic attitude of Pope Ivan. Wayne responded with very official words. After a few words of business, he changed the subject and said, "Ms. Varvara, how much do you know about the saint of your church?" "Why do you say that, Mr. Wayne?" "To be honest, I am from Windsorland, from the Landau family, and my father Austin has a high status in the whole Windsor." "Landau family." Varvara's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she kept an official smile and said, "So it's your highness. I didn't do my job well. Please forgive me for my negligence. The Dark Church will readjust the reception standards. No, I'm not a prince, and there is only one queen in Windsor." "Really? I heard that the queen became your father's lover. He lives in Buckingham Palace and beats the queen up." Seeing the fire flashing in Varvara's eyes, Wayne understood that she was a gossiper and loved to eat melons. Wayne cleared his throat and stopped the topic from going off track in time, saying, "I have the honor to meet the saint of your church several times in London. She is not a talkative person. She only knows how to work hard. She is a dedicated saint." "Your Excellency is indeed such a person," Varvara nodded. When she mentioned Anastasia, she also had a bit of pride on her face. When she was young, she was instructed by Anastasia. The latter's erudition made her feel inferior. She admired this elegant elder sister very much. Everyone was convinced that Anastasia was a saint. They would not think that there was any family power trick in this just because she was the daughter of the Pope. "I know very little about the saint of your church. She cooperated with the Landau family to establish a Dark Church base in London. I welcome this very much, but I am not sure about her ideas. Can Ms. Varvara give me some advice?" Wayne continued to ask questions. The effect was very general, and he went off topic again. Wayne felt like he had turned on a switch in Varvara, who kept praising Anastasia like a fanatic. To say that Varvara was an unqualified diplomat, she did not reveal a word about Anastasia's background, blurring the deep meaning of the Dark Church's layout in London. To say that she was a qualified diplomat, she was talking a lot of nonsense. Once the switch was turned on, it could not be turned off. Wayne rolled his eyes all the way until he arrived at the Dark Church headquarters, and Varvara stopped. If it weren't for the fact that he had just arrived and didn't know how deep the water of the Dark Church was, Wayne would have come straight to the point and asked where Anastasia was. Dark Church headquarters. Like the natural church, it is located in a vast independent space, and the portal borders the chosen continent. Wayne guessed that this is also a philosopher's stone. It's good. When Ivan meets Ivan, he will ask him to hand over the philosopher's stone in the name of the goddess to play with it. It will be returned after use, and it is guaranteed to be 90% new. The headquarters of the Church of Nature is located in a continuous mountain range, representing the demigod's understanding of nature. The mountains and forests are superficial external manifestations, and the inner truth needs to be interpreted by the Pope himself. According to this logic, the headquarters of the Dark Church must be inseparable from the night, just like the polar night of the frozen continent. As Wayne thought, the headquarters of the Dark Church is hidden in the night. As the night fell, the last ray of afterglow in the sky had long disappeared, and the moonlight had not yet risen, and the deep and rich darkness enveloped the fields. In other words, darkness swallowed and expelled the sun and moonlight. This scene is too targeted and can easily raise the blood pressure of believers in the sun and moonlight churches. The boundless black curtain covers a quiet and waveless Dead Sea, without a trace of wind. The wide suspended stone bridge is pushed open from the front door and leads directly to the isolated island in the center of the Dead Sea. The headquarters of the Dark Church is above the isolated island. The stone bridge is very long. Looking at the island from a distance, there is only a vague shadow, like a huge black hole, which blends into the surrounding dead silence, indicating that everyone who steps on the bridge will be swallowed by darkness. Varvara did not let Wayne walk the whole way. After walking 100 meters, he briefly introduced the beautiful scenery and took Wayne to the portal. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the end of the stone bridge. Wayne looked down, and the dark abyss with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers swallowed the surrounding sea water. The island was quietly suspended above the abyss. There was no roaring sound of water. The black sea water quickly plunged into the darkness without splashing a single spot. Everyone standing on the bridge couldn't help but have the idea of jumping in the depths of their hearts. The short thought was palpitating, which meant Wayne was too lazy to make it up. Whatever, hurry up, either give him the Pope or the Saint, he just wanted to find an acquaintance to ask for information as soon as possible. The delegation continued to move forward and stepped onto the suspended island. Different from the dark outlines outside, Wayne passed through the forbidden barrier and saw two light balls on the left and right of the sky. The gold represents the sun, and the white represents the moon. He understood this. Darkness encompasses the sun and moonlight. This is the true meaning of the universe and the greatness of darkness. The blood pressure of the believers of the sun and moonlight churches rose again. Wayne did not comment too much on the doctrine. Facing Varvara's self-praise, he said hum and ah to indicate that it was all right. He looked at the island shrouded in light. The forest was lush and green, divided by the river, with birds singing, insects chirping, and a few wild beasts roaring, which was no different from the nature outside. A tall and solemn black building is located in it. The architectural style is heavy but not dark. Occasionally, there are magic circles with light and shadow rhythm, and the black is colorful. The environment is great, much better than the frozen continent. Anastasia is a rich second generation, with a wealthy family. She has been living a life of luxury since childhood. She is definitely not the poor ghost that Senna said. Growing up in such an environment, Anastasia did not develop the bad habits of being lazy and hating work. Instead, she maintained a noble character, far surpassing the dark goddess by 5 consecutive hairpin bends, which shows how excellent she is. Wayne nodded secretly, and the white moonlight in his heart became brighter. The delegation went up the stone steps. Along the way, they saw many black-skinned elves, men with cakes, women with lipstick, all with long legs and black robes. Unlike the Church of Nature, members of the Dark Church prefer to live in the form of elves. Stopping and walking along the way, Varvara introduced many famous attractions of the Dark Church, such as which Pope planted a certain tree, a certain courtyard was the former residence of a certain legendary wizard, and a certain riverside where the Dark Saint bathed. The last one was not there. Wayne was bored and made up his own imagination. Varvara had a very good attitude and was friendly. Wayne wanted to urge her but couldn't disturb her. He came on behalf of the Natural Church, and an official meeting was necessary. 2 hours later, Wayne finally met one of the targets of the strip, Ivan, the Pope of the Dark Church. At the same time, the charm of Varvara, who still had charm, was greatly reduced. The old lady talked too much nonsense, and Wayne had a headache when she opened her mouth. Unlike Anastasia, Wayne felt very comfortable when she opened her mouth. "Your Excellency the Pope, it's our first meeting. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am very honored." Wayne took 2 steps forward and bowed. The Life Alliance and the Black Death Alliance are at odds, but this is external. Under normal circumstances, the connection between churches has never been broken. Take a few God-chosen knights as an example. They work together to complete tasks and have a good relationship. "Mr. Wayne, it's an honor to meet you here." When Ivan first met Wayne, his attitude was neither salty nor indifferent, and he had the majesty of a leader of a religion. The two met for the first time, and they exchanged a few courtesy business compliments. Immediately afterwards, Ivan introduced several important people around him, all of whom were high-level members of the Dark Church and were oracle high priests like Varvara. Wayne counted them. With the same level of combat power, the Dark Church had 6 oracle high priests, which was steadily suppressing the natural church. "Mr. Wayne, you look very young. Excuse me, do you really have the cultivation of a legendary wizard?" A voice that didn't fit in with the crowd came out. Wayne tilted his head and looked at a handsome middle-aged man with a dark elf look. According to Ivan's introduction just now, he was an oracle high priest named Anton. Anton looked at Wayne, with a flash of provocation in his eyes. He didn't mean anything else. He and Wayne didn't know each other, and they had no grudges. He deliberately provoked because he was a disciple of the Dark Goddess, and Wayne was a disciple of the Goddess of Nature. That's all. "Anton, you've gone too far. Mr. Wayne is a guest. Your actions have brought shame to the church," Ivan scolded with a stern face. He was panicking. "Anton, don't say anything. The Pope called you brother. This pretty boy has an extraordinary identity. He is not just a disciple of the Goddess of Nature." To be more specific, Ivan dared not say and could not say. He could only stare at Anton coldly and tell him to shut up and leave. Anton was confused. Ivan's attitude came out of nowhere, and he cast a puzzled look. "Your Excellency the Pope, according to reason and procedure, a friendly competition should be set at this time. The 2 oracle high priests of the 2 religions will compete on the same stage, and the host will win with a slight advantage in the end. It has always been like this. Aren't you going to do it today?" You. This guy messed with my daughter, I dare not say anything. If you want to mess with him, do it yourself, don't drag the entire Dark Church into it." Wayne smiled slightly. "It's okay, Mr. Anton is quick to speak, I also want to learn some dark magic from him." "Ivan." Thousands of words turned into a cry of sympathy in my heart. Anton. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 378. 2 pale blades shot out, piercing through the defense formed by the breath of life, deeply inserted into the flesh and blood of the dragon's stomach. The magic eye on the chest of the pale knight glowed white, and the entire chest and abdomen swelled a circle, like an air pump, sending white foam to both arms, and then injecting it into the flesh and blood of the dragon along the blades. The white foam eroded and assimilated rapidly, contaminating the surrounding flesh and blood into a pale color, spreading along the blood vessel wall and entering the aorta, and the speed suddenly increased, just like a wild horse running on the highway. The life energy protecting the dragon did not defend or strangle the white foam. The immune system regarded it as a part of itself and allowed the white foam to devour it. In a few breaths, the dragon with a body length of more than 300 meters was white inside and out. The elemental mantra represents the life of the Life Alliance, and the pale knight represents the life of the void. Their origins point directly to the universe. They are 2 branches of macroscopic life, but they have different paths and the same destination. They will not cause any displacement. It can even be said that the life of the pale knight is closer to the origin, and the life of the Life Alliance is a disguised imitation. The 2 lines are getting closer and closer, and finally merge into one. The giant dragon that Zsena transformed into was suspended in the air stiffly, with large amounts of white foam coming out of its mouth and nose. In the dragon's eyes filled with fear, the irises turned into wriggling white tentacles, completely sealing the black pupils. The dozens of giant dragon heads around no longer spit out dragon breath, and the energy balls in their mouths disappeared like bubbles. The magic circle disappeared, and the dragon heads disintegrated into the original 4-element energy. The terrifying storm-like offensive came to an abrupt end at this moment. Immediately afterwards, the green dragon's flesh and blood body began to melt, and large amounts of white foam flowed out along the gaps in the life armor, like a waterfall, pouring down to the ground. In less than a moment, the life armor turned into an empty shell in the shape of a giant dragon, and the green dragon's flesh and blood fell to the ground. Falling to the ground, the twisted white foam swirled and shrunk into a human form, revealing the appearance of the pale knight. William looked at his hairy body. He knew that Wayne was not the same inside and outside, but he did not expect that Wayne in the surface world would be like this. What he did not expect was that he had no feelings for Wayne in the inner world, and fell in love with Wayne in the surface world at first sight. So, this is his aesthetic. Too outrageous. William exclaimed that it was incredible, and shook his head repeatedly to comfort himself. Don't panic, it's not a big problem. It's a little ugly, but there is a kind of strong beauty. The dark goddess must have seen this face, so, yes, that's it, my aesthetic is at the same level as the goddess, it is a god-level aesthetic. William shook his head to comfort himself, but the effect was average, and he could not convince himself for a while. The dragon-shaped life armor collapsed. Wayne only took away Senna's body, without polluting her mind. The latter suffered from Anastasia's disease and urgently needed an empty shell for hosting her mind. For the natural knight who holds the elemental mantra, it couldn't be simpler. Senna used her mind to control the elemental mantra, reorganized the four elements and reshaped a human body for herself. Human flesh and blood can be simulated, but dragon blood is too difficult and beyond her current ability. Senna was in mid-air, wearing white life armor, holding the elemental mantra that restored the original state. Her face was as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The realm of a magician lies in balance. The new body does not match her mind. When the balance is overturned, her strength is greatly reduced. She has a huge mind magic to shape the tidal ocean, but can no longer cast the dragon language magic that destroys the world. The gods do not pay attention to the inner world. Here, divine arts cannot be cast. The power of ordinary faith magic is mediocre, which is the reason why the overall strength of the magic world has shrunk significantly. Pope Senna, as you can see, I come from the void. The big eyeballs spread out ripples, and the whispers echoed in Senna's ears. She didn't want to listen, fearing that her own thinking would be eroded, but these whispers were pervasive and lingering. No matter what means she used, they were still clearly audible. Senna felt that she was going crazy, and rushed into the distance with the elemental mantra upside down. If you can't beat it, run away, decisively and simply. Golden light flashed, and a small sun reorganized in front of Senna. William's eyes were red, and he raised his arms with a twisted smile. Get out of here. Natural knight, it's time to pay your debt. William looked fierce, just like Aston facing the Death Knight Wayne. With his mighty shout, the golden sphere burst into 1,000-foot-long light and planted mushrooms. The golden air wave swept across, and the terrifying shock wave swept in all directions. Senna raised the elemental mantra to split the wind and waves. After a brief stalemate, her body seemed to be crushed by the pressure of the world and fell to the ground uncontrollably. With a loud bang, the dust waves rushed into the sky. Senna stood in the ruins of the big pit with the elemental mantra. The burning red magma slowly dripped along the life armor. She looked up at the Sun Knight who blocked the sky and the Pale Knight standing on the edge of the big pit. Her face was extremely ugly. Can't beat, can't escape go. Do I really have to accompany him for a month? Senna narrowed her eyes slightly, and the resentful murderous intent filled her scarlet eyes. It would be better to have a spectacular death than to commit herself to the enemy and suffer humiliation and torture. Senna is very self-aware. She slaughtered the Church of the Sun, killed most of the Dark Church, and killed Pope Ivan with her own hands. William and Anastasia will never let her go. Even if she surrenders, the result will be death. Either way, death is inevitable. Surrendering will also be humiliating. It is better to fight to the death now. If you are lucky, you may even be able to take someone with you. Senna's eyes glowed red, and she rushed towards Wayne with the elemental mantra upside down. The four color elements were parallel, and the small-scale map cannon bombarded wildly. Her body was parallel to the wind element, and her speed suddenly increased several times. The white elemental mantra blade swept away the cold light and pierced into the magic eye on the chest of the pale knight. The sword pierced the magic eye easily. Wayne did not resist. He looked at Senna with a complicated expression, whose face was struggling like a devil. He raised his hands and turned them into heavy hammers, and suddenly shot out. The heavy hammer hit the life armor, knocking Senna high up and flying backwards in the air. The golden light fell from the sky, accurately intercepting Senna, and stabbed the Don Mato at a speed that the opponent could not catch. The golden light fell to the ground, and the Don Mato penetrated the life armor and fell into the depths of the pit with a roar. William held the Don mantra upside down, pinning Senna to the ground. The tip of the spear that pierced through the armor of life emitted a strong golden light, and a small sun exploded a destructive shock wave in Senna's body. At the same time, Senna's eyes turned red, and her mouth, nose, ears, and eyes scattered golden light. The elemental mantra pierced straight out, aiming at William's chest, intending to die with him. A hand stretched out from the side, and the pale knight held the elemental mantra, stopping Senna's dying blow. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion sounded continuously, and the golden curtain connecting the sky and the ground rose up again and again. The terrifying energy was vented wantonly, and the pit sank rapidly. The high temperature melted the surrounding soil layer, and the magma river flowed in from all directions, submerging half of the pit. As a natural knight, Senna controlled the elemental mantra, and her vitality was absolutely no other chosen knight can compare to her. William tried his best to plant more than 10 mushrooms, but he couldn't completely erase her mind. In a trance, Senna realized that she couldn't drag William to death, so she set her sights on Wayne. If it weren't for this weirdo who suddenly appeared, she wouldn't have ended up dead, and everything she did wouldn't have been in vain. She should have stood in the sky, transcending this negative world as the strongest chosen knight. How hateful! The plot of Senna's prayer world is exactly the opposite of this one, where she will kill Wayne with her own hands. Senna has nowhere to escape, and she doesn't want to die in William's hands. She explodes her remaining mind in one go, and when she loosens the hilt of the elemental mantra, she unleashes all the restraints. Moonlight Knight, taste the elemental mantra. Senna's eyes were fierce, and her mind exploded in an instant. Before the world fell into complete darkness, there was a picture of Wayne holding the sword of the elemental mantra and his body staggering. It's worth it to drag someone down with him before dying. Boom! 2 figures jumped out of the sticky magma lake. William got his revenge, and his own mind was overconsumed. His hands and feet were sore and weak that he let the Dawn mantra fall to the ground. He knelt down with his hands and feet, and tears gushed out uncontrollably. Thinking of the dead members of the Church of the Sun, he roared to vent the joy of revenge and cried like a 250-pound child. The pale knight turned back into Wayne. He waved his hand to send the elemental mantra into the void, looked at the cooling and solidified magma lake, and sighed deeply. Wayne doesn't like the other world. He didn't like it before, and he doesn't like it even more now. In addition to Senna's death, William has a blood feud, and he can't find Willie's heartless shadow, and Wayne looked in the direction of London. The battle was so loud, but Austin and Megan didn't show up. If it's true, Megan followed Austin and left this world. Wayne had a big stone on his chest, which was heavy and a little breathless. He patted his face, put on a bright smile, took 2 steps forward and held William's neck. You helped them get revenge, but you didn't protect anything. Cheer up quickly. Everyone hopes that you will be happy in the future. I don't want revenge, I just want them all to come back. William cried so hard that his nose was covered with tears, which covered his beard and face, making him look ridiculous. Wayne didn't think it was funny. He patted William's shoulders again and again and sat next to him. There is a sea of fog on Highway 114. Behind the fog is the sealed exile place of the head of Tokugai, a follower of the ancient god. William's parents and Anastasia's body are all there. Involved in the followers of the ancient god, Wayne is not sure if they are still there. In case the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It is even more impossible now. If not, it will only make William more devastated. Wayne really wants to be a William's support gave him the motivation to look forward to the future, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. He was destined to leave the other world and couldn't make any promises. He cursed this terrible world in his heart, looked up at the mirror in the sky, and wished he could smash it with one punch. Deep in his heart, his desire for power reached its peak. Half an hour later, Anastasia and Philomena came over and learned that Senna was really dead. Anastasia's puppet body exploded with several cracks. Losing the motivation for revenge, the tired mind just wanted to be relieved. No hurry, wait a minute, my goal is Highway 114, where your contaminated body is, maybe it's still there, you can live again. Wayne spoke slowly. Anastasia shook her head, I'm too tired and don't want to move forward. It's just right to stop here. Wayne opened his mouth, unable to make a promise, and didn't know what to say at the moment. Your name is Wayne, right? If what you said is true, I am really with you in the surface world. I hope you can treat her well. She is a very lonely person. Anastasia dissolved her mind on her own, and the magic robot doll collapsed, with parts scattered everywhere. Wayne's heart twitched and he felt very uncomfortable. Seeing that both William and Philomena were a little depressed, he happily told two hellish jokes. No matter what, a trip to Route 114 will definitely cheer William up as long as Cushing and the Carters are still around. Three figures walked along the road, with the smoke billowing in the apocalyptic wasteland in the background. This world has no future. Route 114. Wayne jumped up and put his arm around William's shoulders, and the two went back and forth, exchanging their favorite hell jokes. At first glance, William seemed to have cheered up. Not really. He knew that Wayne was worried about him, hiding his grief deep in his heart, and only greeted him with a smile. Wayne saw through it without saying anything, and the two hooked up and had a good time. Philomena, who had been ignored, joined in the atmosphere and sealed one of Wayne's arms, which made William very unhappy and started to quarrel with Philomena. The picture is very harmonious. It's here, the space fluctuations are still there, finally it's not in vain. Wayne captured the spatial fluctuations in the foggy sea, like a drowned fish coming ashore, breathing fresh air, and his hanging heart finally found a chance to breathe. The real world was too depressing. He brought in the emotions of the outer world and almost shed tears several times. He didn't want to see another tragedy. If he could help William find his parents, he would feel much better. Wayne, what are we doing here? William probed his head and said that he could faintly feel the strange fluctuations in the space. There was a space passage around it, but he could not accurately capture the node and therefore could not enter. When I was treasure hunting in the outside world, I found a big surprise here. I wanted to see if the treasure in the other world was still there. If it was there, wouldn't it be great to be super happy? Wayne explained. As expected of you, you are so frugal in running your home. William nodded repeatedly, feeling that Wayne was hiding something but didn't reveal it. Of course, I don't like to waste things. I often eat every grain of rice in the bowl. Wayne put his hands on his hips, and he felt something was wrong. This seemed to be the villain's line factory. Which villain was it? He couldn't remember it for a while, so he simply put it aside. Maybe one day he would remember it. He borrowed William's dawn words, raised his gun and pierced the gap in the space fluctuations, hissed upwards, and pulled the space curtain to reveal the road behind him. Let's go, the baby is just ahead. Everyone has a share in finding it. The three of them came to the road where the Sea of Mist was located. There was only a road and no fog. Wayne's heart went cold. He prayed that the Cushings were still there and that they would not disappear together with Tokugo-yi's head. He prayed devoutly and hugged the thighs of the 5 goddesses one by one. The 3 of them walked quickly. Wayne followed his memory through the tunnel and came to the low house. His thoughts swept through and he didn't see any ugly family members. There is a layer of dust accumulated in all the rooms, and there has been no trace of life here since 2 years ago. Wayne felt deeply sad, and at the same time he was a little lucky. Fortunately, he did not brag to William, otherwise it would cause additional damage, and then seeing William's forced smile, he might not be able to hold back. Wayne looked into the distance and saw that the Black Mountains were still there. He continued on his way towards the Golden City with a sense of luck. Cushing was tainted and became a dependent, but Carter was not. She was protected by the Order of Knights and fell into a deep sleep alone. Wayne hugged the thighs of the 5 goddesses again. Cushing was contaminated and was part of Tokugo-yi. The mirror could not be copied. It was understandable that it disappeared. Carter did not. She had a high possibility of existing. The goddess is above, she must be there, Wayne murmured. Wayne, to which goddess does a free knight like you usually pray to? William asked curiously. Whoever heard it is the one who heard it? This is the advantage of omitting the subject. Is it also tempered by love? Hold head high. You're so proud. X2 Wayne quickened his pace and arrived at the foot of the Black Mountains in less than 10 minutes. He did not find the Golden City, nor did he see the golden coffin guarded by the night metal. Wayne's heart dropped, and he booed and sighed. If it weren't for his strength, without permission, I wish I could blow up the world with one punch. Just as he raised his hands to rub his face, a figure in a silver-white robe stepped from the peak of the Black Mountain range, stepped through the space, and jumped hundreds of meters. Wherever he passes, he drags a silver chain, which is amazing. William held onto the motto of the morning light tightly and entered the fighting state. Philomena protected Wayne in front of her, drew her gun and sword, and stood ready. It's okay, I know her, she's one of my own. Wayne, it's really you. The silver-white robe fell to the floor, and the hood was opened, revealing the face of an iceberg beauty who was extremely surprised. Who else could it be if it wasn't the Moonlight Knight Delane? When the 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain, Delane saw them. Seeing Wayne's familiar face, he was surprised and happy. He came over to confirm in person that he was indeed right. She took 2 steps forward and patted Wayne on the shoulder. Come on, follow me up the mountain to play cards. Sister, I didn't come to this world to play cards with you. Also, aren't you curious about how I got here and what I'm doing here? The goddess heard my prayer and threw you over to play cards with me. Delane was confident and Wayne rolled his eyes. Meeting Delane here was an unexpected surprise. With a guide, there is no need to worry about the way back. Hey, Philomena, Delane glanced at the big guy and the big beauty, and suddenly realized, you are indeed your boy, a devout disciple of Moonlight, my most proud heir, and taught the Moonlight Church as soon as he arrived in the other world. The high priest took him with him. Okay, as long as you're happy. William and Philomena stood aside, curious about Delane's identity. William vaguely felt that the iceberg beauty was far more powerful than him. Listening to the meaning of the other party's words, he was from the outside world like Wayne. However, what concerned William the most was the relationship between Wayne and the iceberg beauty. Depending on the degree of intimacy, they would start touching each other, and most likely they were lovers. Our family is really big, William complained speechlessly and said angrily, Wayne, is this beauty also your girlfriend? Who are you looking down on? How could she be my girlfriend? Who are you looking down on? I am no longer worthy of you. Delane secretly thought that it was bad luck, Wayne didn't like her, and she didn't like Wayne. She raised her hand and hugged Wayne's arm, and said shyly, I know that Yejinyan was won by you, so now I can't let you down if you are responsible. Do you have any conscience? Stop making trouble. Where does my conscience come from? Wayne broke free from Delane's hand, pointed at the iceberg beauty whose character had collapsed, and said, "This is Delane, the Moonlight Knight in the outside world. In the outside world, I am just the successor of the Moonlight Knight. I have to wait until she is gone to become the real one, the chosen knight." "Well said, I'll reward you for playing cards with me." Delane nodded repeatedly. He was indeed the student she had high hopes for. He claimed to be the successor of the Moonlight Knight, but he had completely forgotten about nature and the sun. "It's called punishment." "It punishes me as well as yourself," Wayne murmured and continued, "Delane, this is Philomena from the other world. You have met her in the outer world. This is William, you probably haven't seen him before. He is Chrissy's schoolmate, a very cute girl, and also one of my girlfriends." "Huh." Delahan opened his mouth wide, looked at the big guy, and then at Wayne. Seeing the latter nodding, he couldn't help but shudder. He took 2 steps back and said in horror, "I know you are a Lundan noble, but I didn't expect you to really. If you are infected with evil habits, let's break up. We will no longer be a couple." "It sounds like it was the same before." Wayne raised his hand and gave William a high five. The battle was successful, but he was disgusted by the new guy. Wayne did not explain that William equals Willie, and he was a good brother in a pair of pants, indicating that he was completely on the road of no return. Delane looked disgusted. "You nobles, forget it. Anyway, we have broken up. You can go whichever way you like, as long as you can play cards with me. Instead of playing cards, do you know how to leave the other world? What are you doing alone in the wilderness? Is it a goddess's mission?" Wayne had no intention of playing cards. "Do you want to know? I put everything on the card table. If you want it, you can find it yourself." Delahan put his hands on his hips and smiled like a villain. "What a good bad gambler, but he has an iceberg face." X3 crossing the top of the Black Mountain, the area that originally sealed Togigoyi's head was now replaced by a bottomless dark abyss. Delane set up a card table on the edge of the cliff. One was short of 3, and the 3 Waynes arrived at just the right time. "Damn it, you must have cheated." Delane held down the card table with both hands and lost 9 hands in a row. He couldn't bear it anymore and was about to overturn it. "Calm down, it's too remote here. It's hard to play cards without the card table." Wayne's voice came from behind the chips. "It's too much." The more Delahan watched, the angrier he became. He raised his hand and lifted the card table high into the sky, letting the chips and the card table fly all over the sky, and fell into the abyss with a free fall motion. It was impossible to quit gambling from today on. It was just a card table and chips. She could shape it with her mind. She could wholesale several sets a day, and her productivity far surpassed that of an assembly line. "Delane, I won everything at the poker table. It's your turn, answer my questions." "I don't want it, you cheated." "Sister, when I get back, I will continue to play cards with you, and I will ensure that you win once." "Who are you looking down on? I can win even if you don't let me." Delane gritted her teeth bitterly. How could a betting dog lose every day? Every time she met Wayne, she lost miserably. This only showed that she was not a trap and her productivity far exceeded that of the assembly line. "Delane, I won everything at the poker table. It's your turn, answer my questions." "I didn't want it, but you did it." "Sister, I will continue to play cards with you when I get back, and I will make sure you win once." "Who are you looking down on? I can win even if you don't let me." Delane gritted her teeth bitterly. No one loses every day when betting on dogs. Every time she meets Wayne, she loses completely. This only shows that she is not a gambler on dogs. Got it, she plays less cards and her study of card skills is not deep enough. As long as she practices diligently, she will be able to regain her position. Although Delian's cards are lousy, he will flip the table if he can't afford to lose, and he will flip the table to mock his poker friends when he wins, but he still has basic integrity. For example, she never cheated at the poker table, and she was willing to admit defeat when Wayne won all her chips. She would answer all of Wayne's questions. Delane, how can I leave the other world? Wayne said straight to the point, I'll just take you away. You don't have to worry about this. Delane said cheerfully, it involves the realm of demigods, and even Wayne couldn't understand it. Can they leave? Wayne held his breath and spoke, while William and Philomena on the left and right sides of the card table also held their breath. All the contents of the previous chapter and the next page of the phone number are from the internet. Ziyuding reading is only for the promotion of the novel by the original author Fengchao Huang. All book friends are welcome to support Mocking Phoenix and collect the latest chapters of Restarting the Myth. This website provides transcoding services based on search engine technology and does not provide any storage services. Copyright at 2024 Ziyuding reading, all rights reserved. I'll take you away, you don't need to worry about this, Delane said straightforwardly. It involved the demigod realm, and Wayne couldn't understand it even if he said it. Can they leave? Wayne held his breath and spoke, and William and Philomena on both sides of the card table also held their breath. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 379. Wayne, do you want to bring people from the inner world back to the outer world? Is it possible? Three faces looked at Delane at the same time, waiting for her answer. The Moon Knight of the world, a strong man who could not be copied by the mirror, could freely enter and exit the other world. Delane's next words would determine the fate of William and Philomena. Impossible. Delane shook his head, pointed to the top of his head and said, the inner world is a mirror space. The magic world calls it the reverse world of the outer world. This is a wrong name. The mirror space has shown everything. The world in the mirror is illusory and unreal. Even if the life in the inner world is projected to the human world, it can only exist within the projection space. The real inner world is the stabilizer of the outer world. Because the inner world extracts negative information, people living in the outer world are not affected by the chaos of the void. I say this, do you understand? William and Philomena were so disheartened that they slumped on the chairs lifelessly. Their slumped appearance made Wayne very intolerable. He said bitterly, it's not possible at all. There is a saying in the other world that one can achieve transcendence by becoming a demigod. An escapist statement. Delane first qualified the statement, and then continued, you should be able to see that everyone here has red eyes. The God's Choice artifact can guarantee their sanity and cannot cut off their connection with the other world. What's more, there is no way to make them real. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Delane shook his head, I know this is cruel, but the reality is like this. I don't want to make up a beautiful lie for you. Without the outside world, there would be no inner world. If the mirror in the sky, if it is shattered, the other world will also disappear. And this world has collapsed and reorganized many times. William and Philomena did not listen to these words. Wayne was silent for a moment and asked, how did the other world appear? The mirror forged by the goddess and the Heavenly Father. Is it used to protect one's beliefs in the world? I don't know about this. Anyway, the inner world appeared very early, and it should be a kind of self-protection mechanism of the world. The void is too dangerous, and the outer world needs a mirror to stabilize itself. Delane looked at William and Philomena apologetically, and said to Wayne, I know what you want to do. I saw familiar faces and want to change the tragedy that happened to them. I have tried it before, but I can wait. When I come back next time, the new world will still be half dead. The God-chosen knight has no ability to change a world, and the gods, maybe not either. Maybe the word is a bit euphemistic. If it doesn't work, it won't work. Delane said this out of respect for his own beliefs. The topic was too heavy, and William and Philomena were directly sentenced to death. The two were silent, and Wayne didn't know how to comfort him. He comes from the outside world and can leave with Delian. At this time, he deserves a beating no matter what he says. He had to take advantage of the situation and said, "Delane, have you been to the other world many times?" "Well, the goddess's mission." "Can you tell me?" "It wasn't possible originally. Now that you've arrived in the other world and seen the situation here, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Just remember not to spread the word, otherwise it will be difficult for me to do it." Delane said, "There is an existence in the other world." Halfway through Bayezhen's words, she suddenly realized. She guessed that the change of ownership of Bayezhen that day was caused by Wayne, and gave the other party an approving look. "Good boy, I can see your devotion to the moonlight. You are a qualified heir." Delane did not expand on this topic. He was afraid of asking. Wayne took out the elemental mantra again and added the morning motto next to it. "This is in this world, there are also three gods." The picture was harsh, and Delane didn't want to see it. She continued, "There is a difference between the Byakuya-Sadagodu in the two worlds. The Byakuya-Sad word in the other world will not disappear when the world is destroyed. This may be the origin of the rumor. Because of this anchor point, I, as the Moonlight Knight, can enter it. World. Mulla, Leo, and I all performed the same mission, entering the other world to collect negative information." "What are you doing collecting negative information?" "I don't know, that's not what I should ask." Delane pondered for a moment. Collecting negative information can delay the collapse of the inner world and reduce the number of collapses and restarts of the inner world. Perhaps it is the mercy of the goddess, or it may be to protect the outer world. Where does the negative information you collect go? Being brought back to the kingdom of God by the divine envoy, she must have returned to the void. Delian doesn't know much information. She is just a knight, completing the tasks assigned by the Moonlight Goddess. Asking questions beyond her capabilities is in vain. Rather than looking for trouble, it is better to live in confusion. Delane, can you take away all the negative information in the other world? Definitely not. There is endless negative information. I can only collect part of it. Delane pointed at the bottomless abyss behind her. When the negative information is filled, her mission for this trip will be completed. Wayne Dingqing looked towards the abyss, and under his mental induction, he realized that the entire abyss was a vase-shaped container used to carry negative information. With no way to get out, the Book of Greed stares out of the vase, wanting to take a breath. It must imitate the mouse entering the rice barn and let Wayne get directly into the bottle. The God's chosen knight can only collect some negative information, and most of the negative information remains in the other world. Wayne wondered, the question is, after the collapse of the other world, where did all this negative information go? Did it return to the void? Gone. Disappeared. Wayne was even more puzzled. How could it be possible to disappear out of thin air? There must be a place to go, right? That's a good question, I don't know either. This is the fact. The new inner world is no different from the outer world in the initial stage. Except for some transcendent existences that cannot be copied, everything else is exactly the same as looking in the mirror. With the influence of negative information, this world is getting darker and darker. Getting more and more desperate. Speaking of this, Delane couldn't help but sigh. The negative information in the past no longer exists. If it is destroyed together with the collapsed inner world, this is probably the reason why the inner world exists. She protected the outer world. Have you said enough? Philomena slapped the table and stood up, staring at Delian with red eyes. Every word of the latter was like a sharp knife, cutting her already bruised body until blood flowed. The life in the outer world is life, and the life in the inner world is also life. I have never been illusory, and I have never thought about dedicating myself to the outer world. Philomena pulled out the full moon pistol and looked at Delane as if she was venting her anger as he continuously pulled the trigger. No hits, all of them missed. Delane did not dodge, but Philomena did not dare to really shoot her. She was furious for a few times, turned around and walked aside, pulled out the single-edged sword of the waning moon and chopped the black rocks. During this period, both Delane and Wayne were silent for a while. After that, Wayne said, "Delane, have you experienced the collapse of the other world?" "That's not true. If the world collapses, it will be difficult for me to leave. It's too dangerous." Delane shook her head slightly and blamed Wayne for not bringing hope to Philomena and William. She had done this before, fishing for the moon in the water, which only increased regrets and further amplified despair. Delane didn't say these words. Kindness is a good thing. She hoped that Wayne would continue to do so. She gave him a look to let Wayne comfort his girlfriend. "You are so good at coaxing women, so go ahead and lie, you will be happy for a while." Wayne's scalp is numb. He is a scumbag, not a scumbag. He can't make false promises no matter what. Since the world is destined to be destroyed, let's play cards until the world is destroyed. Rather than suffering, I am more willing to welcome it in happiness. Come to destroy. Negative information can destroy the world, but it cannot destroy me. William suddenly spoke. Delane looked at William in surprise. You can say such things and actively spread an optimistic attitude to the outside world. It is a pity that you are not the successor of the Sun Knight to the outside world. Maybe she is. Wayne looked at William. Is there a possibility that Willie's process of becoming a Sun Knight was interrupted because of his interference? The family background of the Sun Knight retinue and the training of Valkyrie are all potential proofs. It is also wrong. Without him, Willie would have died in the small town of Cafano. It would be impossible to meet the knight armor on Dragonheart Island and, acquiring dragon-slaying swordsmanship. Having said that, Wayne decided to go back and give it a try. Maybe Willie and Don Proverbs are really good matches, and so is Senna. The fact that they can become the gods' chosen knights in the other world shows that the artifact recognizes their spare talents. At this time, William was like a little sun, radiating positive energy outwards. Wayne and Delane knew very well that William was lying and that he was actually very painful in his heart. He chose to suppress the pain in his heart instead of exploded like Philomena. Perhaps it's because of the morning proverbs, or more likely because of her personality. Veronica has very few friends in the outside world. A longing for Bayou Egwang and a roommate, Willie, who can pry open the eldest lady's closed heart, are definitely not. It's her optimistic character that makes Veronica willing to accept her. This muscular man is so kind. Delane nodded repeatedly. Although Wayne's taste became more and more muddled, his eyes were still on the line. Under William's strong body, he had a gentle heart, and he was a companion worthy of admiration. The picture was so bad that Delane could no longer edit it, so he reorganized the card table and chips and invited William to play cards with him. Coincidentally, Willie looks exactly the same, has the same hobbies as Delane, and is also a poker player. Delane recognized this excellent poker friend and praised him greatly. He said that after returning to the Watch World, he would definitely visit William and ask him to play for 3 days and 3 nights. William secretly thought that it was interesting. She would definitely give Delane a little shock in the world, but it was a pity that he couldn't see it. William looked aside. Philomena was hugging herself and crying, and Wayne was comforting her without saying a word, just standing quietly next to her. William was slightly envious, and he also wanted to be comforted, but if he followed Philomena's example, it would only make Wayne helpless. What happened to Philomena in the outside world? William didn't know. He was very sure that Philomena in the other world didn't like Wayne. "Boy, you're better than her." I own morning proverbs and it's not a fair comparison. You're better. Delane likes William so much, but unfortunately the mirror is an illusion and cannot take William away. He can only look forward to meeting him in the outside world. It was shameful to say that although she was disgusted, she was also very curious about how William and Wayne interacted on a daily basis. They're all friends, so it shouldn't matter if she takes a peek, right? 2 days later, 4 people sat across from each other at the cliff table. Damn it, you cheated again. Practice as much as you can, and don't play if you can't afford to lose. The voice of a gambling monster came from behind the chips. How can this be? Delane was furious and pressed the table with both hands. He was about to burst into flames, but Wayne took the lead and overturned the table in advance. Turn over other people's tables, leaving others without a table to turn over. Delane, Dan, the iceberg beauty, was so angry that she pulled out Byejinian to show Wayne a good look. Wayne was not false at all. He also pulled out Byejinian. The two faces were together, only a fingertip apart. The nose is attached. William tilted his head, and if this trend continued, she would have more big sisters in the world. Philomena looked at the farce with an expressionless face, her eyes flashing red from time to time. Without the magic weapon to protect her, she was deeply affected by the negative information, and her situation was very pessimistic. Knowing that the world is destined to be destroyed and that she cannot leave, Philomena's hatred for herself in the outer world rises from jealousy to hatred, and she wants to drag Wayne to stay with her, leaving her in the outer world to die alone. Delane and Wayne stared at each other. After a moment, they looked at the abyss under the cliff in surprise. It's full. The mission is accomplished. We can evacuate. William's expression dimmed and he stood up with a smile to congratulate. Philomena frowned and grabbed Wayne's sleeve. Wayne blinked. How about, stay and play cards for 2 more days? I don't care. Delane shrugged, jumped into the abyss, and when he came back, he had a silver-white bottle in his hand. The vase is like a bright moon, with smooth lines. The mouth of the vase is slightly convergent, and the body of the vase is engraved with complex and fine lines. Ding Ching looked and saw a shadowy figure holding a vase in the light reflected from the lines. Delane is the Moon Knight, and this figure should represent the Moonlight Goddess. She sent the sealed vase into the portable space, reshaped the poker table and continued playing cards. She was not in a hurry to urge Wayne to leave with her. It can be seen that Wayne is now quite confused. Delane said nothing. She could teach the heir how to use Byejinian and teach various fighting skills, but the heir was still too young. The future path could only be explored step by the heir. The trajectory of life is different, and the principles applied to her may not apply to Wayne. Wayne, your lifespan is destined to be longer than the people around you. Involving too many emotions is not a good thing for you in the future. Sooner or later, one day, you will learn to restrain your emotions and become callous and ruthless in order to protect yourself. Delane thought silently in her heart, but did not say it out loud. It was too selfish to be callous and ruthless. She liked the current Wayne very much. Young people, it is always good to be cheerful. The card table continued, and although there was laughter and laughter, the atmosphere became increasingly depressing. At the end of the game, Delane defeated Wayne, and without any joy of avenging his shame, he knocked on the card table with his chips in a depressed manner. The atmosphere was so bad that she wanted to wait somewhere else. Boom! Below the abyss, an inexplicable vibration struck, as if some kind of giant beast woke up from its long sleep. The cathartic breath of terror rose into the sky, shattering the space barrier and combining the space behind the Sea of Mist with Route 114. As the world spins, a vast ocean-like pressure descends from the sky. The 4 of them felt heart palpitations, and the thick air became extremely heavy with every breath, making them breathless, and an unspeakable fear struck their hearts. Even Delane, who is at the demigod level, Has her eyes widened at this moment? In other words, it is precisely because of the powerful power of the demigod level that she can perceive how terrifying the awakened giant beast is. There is such a thing in the other world. Delian looked at the abyss in disbelief. What is it, the precursor of the collapse of the other world, or is this precursor leading to the collapse of the other world? Silvery light bloomed in her eyes, and she looked through the layers of space. Behind the abyss, in the boundless depths of the inner world, she saw a group of entrenched black clouds. The darkness is mixed with red lines, twisted and squirming, with no fixed appearance. Tentacle-like black tentacles extend to the surroundings, inserting into the earth of the other world, absorbing endless negative information. When Delian is shocked, a wave of the violent thought fluctuations hit her, causing her body to stagnate, and a bright red stream flowed from her pale face and under her nose. Thinking, living, Delian made a prompt decision, waved his hand and threw Bayejinian out into the air, punching through the mirror-like space fragments, and raised his hand to hold down Wayne's shoulder. I can't stay in this world any longer. Let's leave now. Wayne was about to speak when his hands tightened and he turned his head to see Philomena with red eyes. There was no need to hesitate. It was impossible for them to leave this world. If you don't believe it, I can let you see clearly. Delane refuses the life and death story behind Lashao. The story is too long and monsters will definitely catch up to it until the end. She sent the three Waynes into the space channel with one punch and one kick, then jumped up and flew towards the light point at the end of the channel. This is a colorful and unpredictable dream space. Countless gorgeous fragments are slowly rotating, and the combination shows a variety of shapes and colors, like a square flower tube. The patterns are changing every moment, the possibilities are endless. Beautiful, but dangerous. There are many exits in this dangerous passage. If you make a mistake, you will be in a desperate situation. Delian has Bayejinian to anchor the space of the world. With her leading the way, there is no need to worry about getting lost. The three Waynes followed closely behind. Wayne recorded his thoughts, broadened his horizons, and learned new knowledge. William and Philomena ran very fast, and both of them were mentally prepared to not be able to leave, but the way to survive was right in front of them, and they couldn't help but feel a little lucky. What if? No one wants to die if they can live. In front of the passage was an out-of-reach light spot, and behind the passage, black tentacles rolled over at some point. The terrifying sense of oppression and the strong negative information made Delian's scalp numb. He reached out with his hands and grabbed William and Philomena, 3 minutes faster. Wayne followed half a step behind, not slowing down at all. The two of them were moving very fast, and the black mist behind them was even faster. Wherever they passed, the kaleidoscope world was eclipsed, and the sound of shattering mirrors echoed one after another. The speed of life and death. Fear and uneasiness were intertwined in the hearts of the four people. A tentacle stretched out from Wayne's back. At the end of the tentacle, an eyeball opened, trying to see what kind of life was at the end of the darkness. If there was a monster made of purely negative information, he might be able to pin it down on the dining table with the Book of Greed. It's not yet certain who will eat whom. Nothing could be seen, only a pair of scarlet eyes and a hazy black figure at the end of the dark abyss. They are not brainless monsters filled with negative information. As Delane said, they are living beings. Very powerful. Wayne faintly heard a voice in his ears. The monster came to find him, just because he had not restrained himself in the other world these days, letting the Book of Greed eat a lot, and took away the monster's food. The monster did not eat it. Full, I want to turn Wayne into food. Delane also plundered negative information and filled a bottle full of it. Why don't you look for her? Wayne was greatly puzzled. If we say that an honest man deserves to be pointed at by a gun, it is obvious from the way Delian fled for his life that he was just a dish, no better than him. It has nothing to do with the amount of negative information Delian collected. It should be a quality issue. The Book of Greed does not eat heavy dishes. Perhaps it is because of this that it takes away the food that the monster cares about. Copper. The traces of shattered glass leapt past the four of them, reaching the light point in the distance before them. Upon seeing this, Wayne split into large pieces of white foam and multiplied rapidly to block the passage behind. The black tentacles penetrated the white foam and swallowed it up in an instant. Wayne's mind sensed that Mo lost contact. If he was eaten, he would really be eaten. There was no possibility of parasitizing and reproducing in the other party's body. Is the life level of this thing so high? Wayne was frightened and gave up all thoughts of competing with him. He followed the guidance of his heart and accelerated again and again. The light spot in the distance was getting closer and closer. After walking more than half the distance, Wayne noticed that large areas of black were overflowing from William and Philomena. The closer they got to the surface world, the less negative information they contained in their bodies. At the same time, the redness in his eyes faded away, and his rational thinking became closer to his own self in the outer world. Furthermore, their bodies become transparent. Mirrors can reflect light outwards, but they cannot be taken away. Wayne didn't have time to sigh, and raised his hands behind the two of them, trying to reshape their bodies in a contaminated way. At this moment, William suddenly broke away from Delian's hand, and when he passed by Wayne, he stepped on him. While using his own strength to accelerate, he also accelerated his speed. Wayne turned around in shock, and saw an extremely bright golden sun in his eyes. William's body, which took the initiative to break away, got rid of the mirror transformation. His weak body regained the power of the Sun Knight. He persisted for 3 to 5 seconds before being overwhelmed by the boundless darkness. Wayne's eyes widened and he stopped suddenly. Delane seemed to have known this for a long time, raising his hand to hook Wayne's neck and watching him rush forward. "Don't do anything stupid. I'm no match for that thing. It's useless if you go." While speaking, Philomena's eyes were clear, and she took the initiative to break off her mirrored arm, staying where she was and not moving forward. Wayne looked over in confusion and read the lips on his face in the mirror. "My previous performance was too bad and I let you down. I am definitely not like this in the world. She is not much worse than William. You are not allowed to treat me like this." Look at her with eyes. Without the negative information, Philomena took the initiative to stay and wished herself in the world that she must be happy. The four-color moon phase flashed back, and after a soft sound, darkness encroached. Boom. Before Wayne could react, his eyes lit up brightly. He was taken away from the space channel by Delian and returned to the surface world. Bai Yejhanyan, who was hanging in the air, converged his light. The space channel collapsed 1 second before the black tentacles touched the surface world. Disappear. Everything is back to normal. Wayne stared blankly at the disappearing space passage. He was speechless for a long time, but clenched his fists tightly. After a while, he stiffly said, "Delane, am I too weak? You are still young. I can only run away when I am hundreds of years old, so what can you do?" Delane patted Wayne on the shoulder without much comfort. "If you think you are weak, grow up quickly. You should understand this truth. Don't let your big sister teach you." Wayne was silent for a long time, looking at the location of the space passage. Tragic faces flashed before his eyes, and he promised himself, "One day, I will change this world." In the world, the destruction Delian expected did not happen. The mirror surface was still the same. Regardless of the wasteland, everything was peaceful. At the dark end of the abyss, tentacles composed of negative information dance in disorder. If you look closely, you will find that the reason why these tentacles are dancing is to escape from this place. In the dark central area, the figure riding a black horse is hazy like mist. Restarting the myth. Author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 380. November 22nd. Wayne House, backyard. Willie was practicing dragon-slaying swordsmanship on the lawn of the back garden with a knight's sword. Standing next to her was the knight teacher Valkyrie. Seeing the knight student Willie practicing her swordsmanship diligently, the teacher nodded with pleasure. Willie's academic performance is not ideal. It has nothing to do with her qualifications. Her attention is easily distracted, she also likes to be clever, and she will be lazy when she gets the opportunity. Every time he was caught, he tried to get away with it. If it were any other teacher, she would most likely be fooled by her, but Valkyrie would not. The knight's sister knocked down the sword with her hand, which inspired Willie's enthusiasm for learning. The reason is simple. The last person who liked to use the hand knife skill on Willie was Veronica. The cruel evil dragon descended from the sky, opened its teeth and claws, breathed flames, and snatched away the princess. He also shared it with Moonlight Church's allies. The hatred of seizing his wife is irreconcilable. I didn't say anything anymore, just practice dragon-slaying swordsmanship, kill the evil dragon, and take back the princess. It was about a week before Wayne left for the other world. The witness Mona did not make a big deal about it, and only told Austin about it. Later, the researchers set up a technical team to study the mirror space projection enchantment at the Ministry of Magic headquarters, trying to find a way to enter and exit the other world. The research site is located in the outskirts of London, where Wayne disappeared. The space fluctuates complexly, and there was a passage into the other world. Mona did not inform anyone else, she just asked to do tasks, do research, and go out to pick up girls, which was very consistent with Wayne's daily style. 1 week was neither long nor short, and with Austin's testimony, no one suspected that Mona was lying. Snort. The dragon looks at the sword. Ha! Take your head. Wayne quickly came to the back garden and looked at Willie, who was humming and ha-ha, leaning against the big tree, the corners of her mouth raised to express that the world was calm and the warm sunshine was everywhere, soothing his tense heartstrings. Everyone looked happy. Even the ugly faces of the big landowners, nobles, and capitalists in Austin lost their former acrimony and became amiable. This is the world that people should live in. After returning to the surface world, Delane said goodbye to Wayne temporarily. She wanted to submit a mission report to send the aquarium to the kingdom of God, especially the monsters in the heavy world. She had to contact the Moonlight Goddess to make it clear. There is an unknown mysterious strong man in the other world. Who is he? What does it have to do with the destruction and restart of the other world? Is there a big conspiracy to destroy the world? Every question is extremely important. Before leaving, Delane said that she would come back and ask Wayne to introduce William to him, with whom she wanted to learn poker skills together. 1,000 pieces of gold are easy to come by, but a confidant is hard to find. As a poker player, Delane admires an optimistic and good boy like William very much. Of course, Philomena's performance was not bad, and she earned a lot of face for the Moonlight Church at the last moment. Delane was also very happy with her. Calling Wayne again, it would be perfect to have a table together. Wayne experienced the ravages of the other world, was exhausted both physically and mentally, and just wanted to go home to regain his health. After bidding farewell to Delane, he went straight to Wayne House. On the way, he contacted Mona and told her that he had returned, so that she could rest assured that she did not have to look for her anymore. The inner world is a mirror of the outer world. It can only be projected and cannot be embodied into reality. People in the inner world cannot enter the outer world. Items from the other world cannot be brought out. The 5 artifacts were impossible, and the cameras and documents that he had put so much effort into were gone. This made Wayne feel even more uncomfortable. He didn't even have a single memory to cherish. It was really painful. Fortunately, everyone in the world is here, and the strong emotions that are pressing in his heart and having nowhere to vent can be transferred to them, otherwise he would really be depressed. Wayne, are you back from picking up girls? Willie found Wayne, tilted her head and looked at Valkyrie, and got permission from the night teacher to take a temporary break for 5 minutes. She stepped forward with her twin ponytails swaying, and said with a smile, "Such a joke, not just anyone can enter the Wayne house. Who is that girl that has kept you missing for so long? Please introduce me to check. I didn't go out to pick up girls." Mr. Landau said. "Well, he's dead." Wayne spoke softly and raised his hand to touch Willie's head, his eyes slightly moist. This surprised Willie and asked her what had happened in the past few days and how her personality had changed even when she turned around. There is a difference between appearance and duplicity. Wayne is unwilling to mention William in front of Willie. The latter has lost everything and is really worried. There is no reason for Willie to accompany him to suffer. But don't say it, it's really uncomfortable to hold it in your chest. After thinking about it for a moment, you can only take action. What a ponytail! Just looking at it makes you want to gallop. Huh. Elbow, come into the house with me. Wayne took away the knight's sword from Willie's hand and stuck it on the ground. While Valkyrie was stunned, he dragged Willie straight to the big house. Ah! Willie took 2 steps to react and said hurriedly, "Wayne, don't be like this. If you have anything to say, please say it. I'm scared. Something must have happened in the past few days, otherwise they wouldn't have dragged people into the house in broad daylight, in front of Valkyrie. Willie, I miss you." An ordinary sentence is not worth mentioning compared with the usual sweet words packed with gorgeous words. However, the longing and affection contained in it are far from being comparable to empty love words. Willie received a knowing blow, and the silence was broken on the spot. After a while, a soundproof barrier was set up in the master bedroom, and Valkyrie's head was covered with black lines. "We agreed on 5 minutes, but we can't delay it for too long." As soon as the camera turned, Wayne's depression was mostly gone. He opened the door and walked out feeling refreshed, with soft puffs in the background. There is nothing to say about the detailed process. First, catch the 2 rioters and give them verbal warnings, and then follow the clues to investigate. In the future, the truth will be revealed. Everyone who understands understands, and those who don't understand are just pretending to be stupid, so I won't go into details here. After executing the number 1 suspect, Wayne drove straight to the home of the number 2 suspect, the high priest of the Moonlight Church. There was no one at home. He went to the London branch headquarters of the Moonlight Church and settled the matter in the office. "Can't wait to go home. The high priest's desk is quite large, the woman's mind is the most delicate." Philomena, like Willie, also feels that Wayne is different today, although he usually stands up and kicks, but bar. "Suddenly I felt that my whole person had matured a lot and I became even more shameless than before." I remembered, it was General Ewan's line. Wayne walked out of the office door with his belt in hand, and suddenly realized what he saw when he saw the twins guarding the door. "Don't tell me, he is really a villain." Verna and Deed looked at Wayne with disdain. "In broad daylight and in broad daylight, you are shameless, and the high priest still wants you. Rumors spread, how can you convince the public after the high priest's majesty has been wiped out?" Wayne is not ashamed. He only learns to cherish after experiencing loss. People in the outside world take it for granted. If it were Austin and the others in the other world, given a chance to reunite, let alone face and dignity, they would be willing to risk their lives. Speaking of Austin, Wayne felt confused again. Seeing that it was time to get off work, he picked up the dazed high priest and took him home. He comforted him with a few sweet words before driving to Landau Manor. During the family dinner, Wayne was filled with joy when he looked at everyone. Veronica couldn't stand the direct look in his eyes. He and Megan both felt a little creepy. Austin frowned slightly. Others didn't know clearly, but he knew that Wayne entered the other world, with such complicated eyes. "I am afraid that the Landau family in the other world has become a tragedy." Without saying anything else, he gave Wayne a look and asked him to go sit in the study after the meal. The camera turned to the study. Megan stood inside the door and set up a soundproof barrier. Wayne not only came by himself, but also called he and Veronica. This made Austin quite puzzled. Since it is a tragedy, it should not be shared with everyone. People. Vaguely, Austin felt like he was going to fly tonight. Soaring into the sky. A few days ago, I was cleaning up demons and unfortunately fell into the other world. Don't worry, I'm back. The other world is an apocalyptic world full of negative information. Wars between churches, wars between countries, and the killing of prime ministers between people have destroyed that world. Even a passerby like me feels a strong sense of despair. The Landau family there are having a hard time. The last time the world was restarted was about 2 years ago. Let's start with Veronica's graduation ceremony. She was cursed when she was annihilating the Death Church stronghold. Due to the influence of negative information, Willie's transformed William was kicked out of the team. He showed me the way and didn't meet me. Wait a minute, what do you mean I didn't meet you without Willie's guidance? Veronica was dissatisfied. There was something wrong with the logic of her words. Those who didn't know better thought that Willie came first and that she had snatched Willie's boyfriend. It turns out that she was the one who came first. Wayne insisted that it was officially stamped and he cleared Willie's name. Veronica was the same on the outside. She fell in love at first sight, no matter which world she was in. Veronica was even more dissatisfied with Wayne taking her side this time. Wayne didn't say that before. Thinking of an article in his diary, she hugged her with her arms. Shoulder, turned to look aside and wrote in the diary, when a man is late for a date with a woman, there are only two possibilities, having slept with him or having slept with him. Wayne's case is obviously that he has slept with him.